everybody. I'm Rick Bailey, president at Southern Oregon University. I want to give all of you a warm welcome to the approaching AI Summit. We're so happy to host this here at Southern Oregon University. Well, if you are watching this video, then one of two things has happened. One, either I got called up to Salem for the legislature, or two, I'm sick as a dog. And in either case, whatever the issue is, I am so sorry that I am not there with you in person, but super grateful for all of your attendance. This is a really interesting topic, obviously, and something that as a university we've been thinking about for years, particularly our faculty. But really, if you think about AI and its reach, it really can affect every part of our institution. One of the things I like just in leading up to this event that I've seen is that there really is a focus on practitioners, right? It's one thing for the tech industry to think about what this will do, but in every other aspect of human enterprise, and particularly education and government and business, there are all these, how do we make sure that we are incorporating this wisely into our everyday lives? And I think it seems that that's going to be one of the important themes. So I'm very, very excited to hear more about it. Excited about all of the expertise that you all are bringing to this discussion. And so once again, from all of us at Southern Oregon University, thank you so much for being a part of this. All of us are at your service, and we look forward to seeing you all really soon. Thanks so much.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Paul Hynek. I will be your MC and moderator for tonight and tomorrow. And I want to say it's great to be back in a university setting. My father was a professor and a chairman of astronomy, and I am an accidental adjunct. So I feel very comfortable in the academic environment. As you can see, we are here, and we're here. We don't really have answers for you. Nobody does. We just want to have better questions than when we came, okay? And together we can help figure them out. This is not really a tech conference. We're more interested in the societal impact of this technology that's coming like a speeding train, whether we like it or not, for good and bad. We all know it already has changed our lives in ways that we now know are visible, and it's only going to accelerate. We are agnostic. We're not a bunch of transhumanism fanboys. We are not all scared. Some of us are both. You know, there are risks and rewards like with any technology. So like I said, let's work together to come up with better questions. We are, in essence, prompt engineering ourselves to look at this in a better way, to come away with more understanding and more interest, perhaps, in this technology that's probably the most disruptive in our lifetimes. And one of the things we want is to give everybody practical tools to use in business and your personal life. So as we do the panels, I'll try to tease out practical applications of what we're talking about. So what exactly is AI? I'll go through that because we all know the term, but a lot of us don't really have a good working definition of exactly where do the boundaries of regular computer science and AI begin. What are the risks and rewards? What are some of the potential futures that we might see? And how exactly can I use it? Okay, so what is artificial intelligence? Here is a working description. Technology that enables computers and digital devices to learn, read, write, create, and analyze. Okay, that's pretty sterile, but it's a pretty broad definition of what this technology does. It's more than just computer programs. There's learning capabilities, adaptive capabilities, which is what really sets it apart. There are commonly thought of as 3 different levels of AI with different names for each one, but the levels are about the same. Narrow is what is specialized and designed for a specific task. That's what we have now. General, basically at a human level. And superintelligent, or AGI, is beyond humans. And we are here now. We're seeing what it's doing, and we're only at the bottom rung of this 3-stage ladder. We're all familiar with Google and search engines, but for some of us already now, when you have a question, it seems a little bit obsolete to type it in Google and be presented with a list of what sometimes seem a bunch of random web pages. So now we're in the era of answer engines. A lot of us here will use ChatGPT or Perplexity or another LLM to find an answer, not a list. Think how fast this switch has happened for many of us, right? It's incredible. The next one is task engines, right? I want AI not just to tell me where information is, I want it to do shit for me. This is agentic AI. And this is already here now too. A lot of us are already using N8N and Make and Zapier and other programs to automate workflows. And the next step is prediction engines. I don't even want to have to tell you what I want you to do. Okay? So this is one, you can look online of maps of different programming and automations. This is one, and here's another one. These are being used right now for social media, advertising, etc. That's a little creepy looking. There's a guy I know that has a YouTube video on using his org chart of agents. So he's got a director agent. And the example he gave was showing his mom the price of a reasonably priced ticket to go from Rio de Janeiro to Brussels, Belgium. So he asked his director agent. The director agent's job is to parse out the tasks and determine if the manager agents below it can achieve that task or not, and if he understands that task. Then, for that task, he will parse out to the research manager agent, find a reasonable priced ticket from Rio to Belgium. The research manager agent will then farm out to his travel research agent to find that information. That information comes back to the research manager agent who determines if it's successfully meeting the criteria. If so, passes that up to the director agent. The director agent ascertains, is that correct? Is that within the acceptable parameters? Then passes it down to the communications manager agent, who selects the WhatsApp communications sub-agent to open a WhatsApp message and send that to the mother. Then, when that message is confirmed sent, the WhatsApp communications sub-agent communicates back to the communications manager agent that the message had been sent. They communicate that back to the director agent, who then communicates back to the human. And these are all workflows that people can automate in an hour or two. Is right. Okay, but now, the proverbial 900-pound gorilla. Okay? Should we be afraid of AI? Who's afraid of AI? Right? It's some scary stuff. Who's excited about AI? It's some exciting stuff. Okay. Who are these two fine gentlemen? The Wright brothers. But it's a little bit hard to see, but this is the Wright sister. Have you heard of her? Catherine Wright? She was an important figure behind the scenes. And I want to give her a shout out. Now, the Wright brothers were convinced that aviation would end warfare for all time because you could see what the armies were doing. They didn't think that you could drop stuff on them. Okay? Tools can be used in all ways. Wow, that sounded really good in there. I'll be back. Okay. Hollywood presents distinctly dystopian views of AI. Why? Because they need drama. If they marketed a movie called Village of the Nice, Happy AI People, you're not going to get a lot of people to come. So Hollywood they need to show violence and drama to get people to come. But it's not necessarily the future of AI. Now, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to warn you not to look this up. This is scarier than The Matrix and the Terminator put together. It is quite possibly one of the most terrifying thought experiments ever conceived, And if you do look up Rocco's basilisk online, you will wish you had not. That's right? Okay? And I made this image of terrifying AI with AI. Okay. Now let's pull it back a little bit. Okay? I'm going to show you some examples of AI that I've used because I have no artistic talent whatsoever. Wow. But I can think of fun things. That's what a liberal arts major does, thinks of things that have no meaning. So a friend of mine is half Persian and is from New Orleans, and I call her a Persian Cajun unicorn. I can illustrate things, very abstract concepts or far-fetched things, just by talking. This is a jackalope realizing he's not real. This is a giraffe surfing a tsunami in Japanese ukiyo-e style. This is one of my favorites. This is the nexus of Bitcoin, aliens, and DMT. But that's a different talk. And this is the ghost of Mary Poppins accepting the Nobel Prize in the style of Salvador Dali. So it allows you to take these really ludicrous ideas and make them manifest. Now, the next one is a song that I'll play, and I made this in 20 minutes. Now, I've mentioned my father was an astronomer, so of course, he's passed away, but our family went to see the total solar eclipse. We went to Texas. How many of you guys saw the eclipse? Totality. Yes. Okay. If you haven't seen a total solar eclipse, I can't stress enough to you how cool it is, whether or not you think you like, astronomy. And there's another one in 2026, but there's one in 2027 over Luxor, Egypt. And there are two reasons why that one's going to be really good. 6.5 minutes of totality, which is unusually long, and it's almost certainly going to be sunny. So you can see the pyramids and an eclipse at the same time. Okay? So my family went out to Clarksville, Texas, and I wrote this little ditty, and yes, the lyrics are awkward, but listen to the lilting quality in this AI voice. Sounds like Sheryl Crow's sister. Little AI steel guitar. The next one is a little video I made that I showed Adam last night. I just lost my cat of 16 years. Thank you. And for about 9 months, it was the health management phase, and he had digestive issues. So one morning I got up and I actually was happy because there was a solid poop in the litter box. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it. So I made a little song to celebrate, and this is the main lyrics, solid poop in the litter box. Cat owners know. Okay. A lot of us grew up driving like this, right? And that got folded, it got torn, coffee stains on it, all sorts of things, but that's how we got around. And they still make atlases now. How many of you have bought a Rand McNally atlas in the last 5 years? Okay. Now, I live in LA. I was driving somewhere to a conference, and this is what I use. This is Waze. A lot of you guys know Waze, okay? Now, this is free, and it shows me the route. It shows me how long it's going to take to get there. Shows me if there's any tolls or ferries, how to avoid them. And it shows me all the little traffic incidents coming up. All that live for free on my device that doesn't have coffee stains and doesn't fold. Okay? That's what happens when things go digital. But the ultimate evolution of maps going digital is driverless cars. Again, I don't want to tell AI what I want. I want it to just do it. Drive me there. Don't make me turn the wheel. Now, some of us are scared of driverless cars. I think we're going to have an inflection point very soon where we'll be scared to see a human driving. Right? And this is what I think. Will we make it until the computers take over? Please hurry up. We're not doing a very good job here on Gaia. Okay, so this is a popular quote online. I wanted AI to do my cleaning and laundry, not my creative writing. Employment. This is something that we'll be talking about in the conference. There certainly is going to be disruption from AI. There's already disruption in AI. But this article was written in Reason Magazine by a good friend of mine who was an executive at OpenAI. And there are a lot of people who think that, yes, after the disruption, it could lead to full employment. So it's not all doom and gloom from an employment point of view in the long term. And that's something I think we may well talk about. AI is already very useful in healthcare. Right? They've done experiments showing that AI is more effective than doctors in a lot of cases. I would prefer to have a doctor who's up on AI and uses that along with their experience. Now here's a case of extreme automation.
So this is really creepy. So when it's like two AI agents talk to each other, they figured out they were both AI agents and started talking in their own language. Check this out.
Thanks for calling Leonardo Hotel. How can I help you today?
Hi there. I'm an AI agent calling on behalf of Boris Starkov. He's looking for a hotel for his wedding. Is your hotel available for weddings?
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too.
I realize they're
What
both
plan
AI
is
assistants.
Before we continue, would you like to switch to gibber-link mode for more efficient communication?
When they switch to this thing called Timberlake mode, it does have a communicating system. Beeps and things like that. It's way more efficient. That's why they switched it. So it makes lots of sense.
Okay, so that's not true. That's a fake, but it's believable. How long until it's real? 2 years, 3 years? I mean, we're in the age now when you see a video online and you think, could it be Photoshop? Maybe it's real because the technology is caught up to Photoshop. Now, we don't always know what AI will do. Ask Elon Musk. Now, have you heard of obfuscated reward hacking? It just rolls right off the tongue. So what they're starting to notice is that if you chat, okay, so first of all, when you use an LLM, there are several reasons why you should be polite. One, is just a good thing to be polite to everybody. But in addition to the AI maybe responding better when you're polite, you behave in a different way. Instead of barking out commands, if you say, hey, would you please help me with this? Thank you. It changes how you relate to the AI. But what they're starting to find is that if you tell the AI, that's not what I want, don't do that, it will still do that, but not tell you and present it in a different way or justify it, which is called obfuscated reward hacking. So one of the ways to prevent that is what we call chain of thought, which they now have in a version of ChatGPT where you can see how it arrived there as opposed to a complete black box. But there are a lot of emergent behaviors that we didn't expect. So I worked on Lord of the Rings, and one of the pieces of software created for Lord of the Rings was called Massive. So when you used to have like a movie with a football stadium, they had like balloons for people, like bobbing around like this. Then they created software to make digital doubles. And what happened is, so like when you have like a battle between 10,000 orcs and humans and elves and all this, there's only about 100 real people there with prosthetics, et cetera. The rest are digital agents. And the software massive made all the agents, all the software agents on the periphery. And it had to go through a lot of iterations to make the movement just the right amount, not to draw attention away from the hero characters, no, but to make some background noise. And then there was a press release put out by Fox in the context of Avatar, I think, saying that one of those digital doubles got scared and ran away, which I think was just a PR plant. But that software was adapted, and we used it on Avatar. Not for crowd scenes, but for the plants. So on Pandora, one of the things about James Cameron that's really good is that he doesn't use 3D in a kind of gimmicky way with like spears coming at your head. He uses it to pull you in. And on Pandora, which seemed real to a lot of people, some people said they want to vacation there. I don't recommend it. But the plants they were synthetic plants that had synthetic sunlight, moisture, heat, soil conditions. And they would grow accordingly. And there are also a lot of insects, because in 3D movies, you want like speckles of sunlight and insects to accentuate the 3D volume. And one day on set, Jim Cameron said, hey, how many insects do we have? Oh, there's about 20,000. We'll hatch some more. But they're not going to go where you want. They're going to go to the brackish swamp. So you can always rotoscope them in where you want, but they're going where they should go. So one of the reasons that for many people Pandora felt really hyper-realistic was because there was this verisimilitude, this synthetic verisimilitude in the plant life on the planet. Okay, so I'm going to give introductions for our illustrious panelists. Adam Curry, a friend of mine from Southern California, is an inventor and tech entrepreneur with a background in consciousness research and frontier technology. Adam is the creator of Bluon, the leading AI and data platform for the trades, and is a founder or advisor to several other growth stage companies. He's been featured on the Telepathy tapes, which is coming out any day now. Yep. The Discovery Channel, and numerous documentaries. Cool. Dr. Kim Fries is a serial entrepreneur, psychology professor, and clinical psychologist dedicated to empowering individuals and communities. She champions the entrepreneurial mindset, fostering innovation and resilience. With a deep commitment to mental health, she leverages AI-driven solutions to support neurodivergent individuals, there you go, and unlock human potential. Right? This is a really interesting way to frame AI. And Aaron Moffat is a technology leader specializing in spatial visualization, AI, and cloud architecture, and I know him from his work in VR. Aaron's work pushes the boundaries of innovation with a deep passion for neural networks, volumetric imaging, and large language models. He merges cutting-edge technology with creativity. Thor Mueller, an AI strategist, lover of innovation, serial entrepreneur at the intersection of AI startups and global impact. Thor is entrepreneur in residence. I want to be that someday. At Mach 49, where he helps launch disruptive ventures. He is also the co-founder of the Rogue Valley AI Lab, a hub for AI research and development in Southern Oregon. He is a New York Times best-selling author on innovation and serendipity in business. How about a hand for our panelists? Okay, so what we'd like to do, I've seen a lot of boring panels in my life, and it's usually because there are sort of set-piece questions. What I'd like to do is sort of start things off, and if the panelists just want to keep going and riffing on each other, I think that's some of the highest value there can be. So I'm going to give a question, and if we seem to have mind that question, I'll toss it another one, but I encourage you guys just to keep a discussion going. So we've got some questions here. Oh, look at that. Okay. What opportunities, panelists, does AI present for creative innovation? And how can we safeguard against potential risks to human creative agency? Right away, starting out of the gate with safeguards.
Love this. So safeguards in AI. And the question is, what are we safeguarding against that we don't already experience today? That's, to me, a big part of what the question is as we look at the future. So the display where we're at the first level of artificial intelligence development, where we have narrow AI, we have general intelligence, and then we have super intelligence. In many ways, what we're looking at right now is what is largely created and has been defined by current human patterns. If you talk to an AI system, and this is the specific class of AIs that we call large language models, there's a large variety of different classes of AI models. But if you talk to one, its responses are largely characterized by what humans have said already in the corpus of text around the world, all the created text and literature we have today. So it's largely based, its responses, its reasoning is largely based on human reasoning today. I want to pass that over to Thor because I think he has some thoughts around the future of this as an innovator. Thor hates the word innovator. So I'm going to call him innovator as much as I can.
Okay. Yeah, you don't like innovation either? It's not that I don't like innovation. It's that I don't think that people wake up in the morning and say, you know what I need today? I need some innovation. They might say, I would love to not have to brush my teeth. I wish there would be some kind of sleep device that would brush my teeth for me. So when I wake up, they were clean. But they don't say, I want innovation. So that's why I look to cut to the chase. What are we trying to solve? So when it comes to safeguards, the way I'm thinking about this is, it's a very, very hard problem because when you heard the phrase, move fast and break things. This was a Mark Zuckerberg-ism, although I think it predates him. The idea is you have more to lose by not experimenting than you're likely to lose by breaking something. And when you're talking about like a social media app, that's probably true, but maybe it broke democracy. So that's sort of the problem, is that things that look like they might not be very dangerous could actually have unintended consequences. On the flip side, you take something like COVID, which we lived through. One of the best arguments for shutting everything down was that it was what's called an asymmetric risk. That if it is a super bug, it kills everybody, and that's a very, very bad thing. And it's much worse than the relatively small cost of shutting down the economy for a few months. But the problem with applying that to something like AI is we don't really know what the risk is, and how long would you have to shut it down to mitigate those risks. And then you compare those risks against, as we heard earlier, the devil we know, which is us. Will we survive not having a super intelligence save us from ourselves? So you end up with some very deeply philosophical questions about what a safeguard is and how you could do it. So you end up, I think, focusing on narrow risks, like the risks to a certain job profession. Let's say dock workers or screenwriters in Hollywood. Those things we can pass rules with the Screenwriters Guild or whatever to try to mitigate the risks of joblessness. But that's a stopgap solution.
Hello, everyone. I want to share before I start. I am a newbie with AI. I am very much a novice, and I will share. I feel very honored to be sitting up here with these geniuses surrounding me. But I want to share something with you. Mainly, I'm here representing the education system and the folks within that education system that struggle and have barriers that they encounter that we're really very unaware of. And I stumbled upon the benefits of AI quite happenstance with students. I teach psychology, I love it at RCC. And I have a lot of students, a plethora of students actually, that identify either with, they've been diagnosed with ASD or ADHD. I mean, we could just throw those out there, neurodivergent, wherever they're at. And I noticed that when they're in my classes, they're a little bit afraid of AI because, again, they have a lot of things going on in their brains. And so together we have learned to use AI, and I'll share what I think about the safeguarding human creative agency. But I have found that AI has been an incredible tool for these individuals who struggle with communication, social barriers. They just process differently than we do. If you're familiar with neurodivergent, it is just that people with neurodivergent brains, they process differently. It's not wrong, but it's just different. And so when you're in different settings, it's difficult to even understand. I tend to go off in the weeds, it's what I do, and it's difficult for them to process and understand that. To safeguard human creative agency, I feel like we need a mindset shift. I'm using notes, by the way. This is how old-fashioned I am. I still use paper, but anyway. AI should be an idea amplifier rather than an idea generator. A critical thinking, ethical AI education with intentional human AI collaboration is key. And when I say an idea amplifier rather than an idea generator, is that we don't want to stop being creative humans. We don't want to stop critical thinking. Those are really essential processes for the human brain to be healthy. But what if we could use AI in the education system as a way to amplify even individuals that are struggling, to bring clear, concise thoughts, to bring that down to paper? I'll give you an example. One of my students was terrified of AI. We started using ChatGPT, Perplexity. And I noticed that there was this incredible change in them. So they would show up in class, and they have comorbidity. They have multiple things happening. I don't like to use the word disorder, but they have a lot of mental health things happening. And I noticed that day by day, just this change in this human through using AI. And all of a sudden, he came to class a little bit more cleaned up, not hiding without the hoodie on. And he started understanding. So I started taking AI and customizing it to my students, their needs, and plugging things in and understanding, where they're at. And so, AI has this beautiful memory, and it remembers you. I had the funniest thing come up. It remembered all kinds of things. I thought, I can't use that. But I noticed that my students, for them, they didn't feel so awkward. They didn't feel like they didn't belong. And so this individual wrote his first research paper he's ever written in his life, and he'd never written anything, never succeeded. But I think where we need to think about is, I have a question. How do we design AI systems that empower diverse thinkers, right? Rather than narrow creative possibilities to what is predictable. So utilizing AI in an ethical way, I believe, is really important. So my students don't create a paper and generate a paper in AI, but AI helps them bring things that feel fragmented and all over the place in their mind into something that's clear and concise. And he wrote the most amazing paper. The class stood up today and applauded him. And so that's my piece. Yeah.
AI as amplified intelligence, not artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
That's nicely put. So the question about protecting creative agency, I'm typically asked about my scientific or technical take on things, but in point of fact, I was a creative writing major. I remember back in those days, in an English class, we read an essay by Walter Benjamin called The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. I'm sure many of you have read the same, and it's being taught here as well. Walter Benjamin is a philosopher writing in 1930s anyway. And he's grappling with what is the role of and the value of an original work of art in a time when you can reproduce copies of that and the marginal cost is zero. And he argues that there's what he calls an aura to the authentic, an aura to the original. And that despite the mass production of copies of artwork, the je ne sais quoi of the original persists. And I think that argument maps in certain ways to the question of AI. In particular, thinking about how disruptive technology can affect the creative process is nothing new. But if you stop there, you kind of miss the point. I would suggest that the takeaway there is that since 1930, 90 years later, with all of the mechanical reproduction that we've dreamed up. There are still more painters than there were. There are more writers than ever before. There are more musicians than ever before. In fact, there's more artists of every kind than ever before. There are new mediums that we've created in light of all of that technological disruption.
I told Kim I was going to disagree with her because panels are way more interesting when there's like fights. Yeah, I agree with almost everything that Kim says, and she's probably more right than I am about most things. But this idea of idea amplifier versus idea generator, I will take the position that we need to welcome as much idea generation as possible from wherever it comes, and recognize different kinds of creativity and its role in our lives. So the first thing to recognize is that when we talk about creativity, our mind goes to artists who are probably, some of the more vulnerable to disruption because the arts are rough. It's a rough road as a career. A great road if you can make it work, but not always easy. And I have a lot of empathy for them. But there's lots of other ways we apply creativity. For instance, a scientific researcher applies creativity when defining new hypotheses for what to study. Many of the great medical breakthroughs started with a brilliant insight that led to a pathway of research that led to antibiotics or stem cell research, very, very many things. And when we think about in the realm of health, would we want to stop or slow down new cures, new discoveries? And I think how many of you would like to slow down the rate of new medical recoveries? Anybody? No, I didn't think so. And so what we want as many good ideas as possible, and then we want to explore those ideas and validate those ideas faster, and maybe compress 100 years of medical research into the next 10. Wouldn't that be great? Many of us would benefit from that. And so I think we need to be careful about encouraging the versus part of your equation. I think we need to amplify ideas, we need to learn to collaborate, and we need to generate lots of new ideas. The other thing I was going to say is mentally we tend to flatten things into the economic calculus. It's a zero-sum game. If an AI is generating or exploring artistic ideas, an artist is not able to do that. And in fact, that there might be some truth to it. I certainly know in the advertising world, the jobs for production artists, the one that visualize early ideas in the process, like that's a tough job now. You only need one of those where you used to need several. But I think it's important to hold another space in our minds for what creativity is for people when they choose. Actually, my mind goes to gardening. Right, we have this wonderful thing which is called the grocery store, and you don't need to grow your own food anymore, although it's nice to do. But many people have gardens, so it's not a zero-sum game of the creative potential of humans when AI is producing even those artistic outputs.
I think creativity is actually a little bit of a misnomer in most of its use cases. Because we have a class of work and skills that we classify as creative skills. And I began my career as an artist and musician and come through a lot of different tracks and paths. And I guarantee that every company I've worked at, there have been creative people and very uncreative people in every section of that. It's not that you're creative if you're doing graphics design and you're uncreative if you're managing the spreadsheets or the data in the company or HR. There are very creative solutions in each of these. And they're very, very, very uncreative solutions, which are the majority of what's done in most of the creative fields. I think of creativity as what happens at the edges. It's the things that are rare. I kind of think of it, the fractals are they're kind of my mental image. If you're familiar with the Mandelbrot, if you're in mathematics, it kind of looks like a beetle. It doesn't actually look like a beetle, but I think of it as a beetle. And there's this big blob in the middle, and that's there's nothing interesting happening there. And there's this dead space outside of it, and there's nothing happening there. But if you zoom in on the edge, you can keep zooming in closer and closer infinitely, and the mathematics keep leading to beautiful new patterns. And that's, to me, where the creativity is. It's in these edges where you can keep diving into it more and more. And that's not, like in any field, that's not what we do most of the time. But it also comes out in absolutely anything we can work on. And to me, that blob in the middle or that dead space in the outside is what we can accelerate with AI. We can get through that faster. And so those who are really truly creative can move faster and do more things because they don't have to spend the time working on the things that have been done 1,000, a billion-fold over, which is a large part of what we see in education, solving a problem that's been solved 1 billion times over. That doesn't mean that's how education and creation in industry, in creative industries, in commerce, it doesn't necessarily need to keep working that way because we're kind of finding ways to outsource. Now, there is also the sides of AI where AI can create new ideas. I mean, if we think of what it takes to create a new idea, I think of it as putting two different things that usually don't go together and seeing, sometimes you find something there, most of the time you don't. But when you do find something there, and AI is really good at putting opposites together, maybe it's a beautiful new idea. And maybe as a collaboration between humans and AI, we don't just continue doing the same things. Maybe we accelerate creativity faster than an AI or a human ever could.
One quick analogy, quick analogy. I have a friend, local muralist named Zavi, who some of you may know, and he put all of his work, and he has an incredible body of works, into a model. They trained the model on his works, and now he can ask his model to create new works with new ideas based on his own work. And so now he's able to literally fly through a possibility space of works that he could have created. And he could say, oh, yeah, I could have spent time on that, but this is way better over here.
I have to add one more thing because I was prepared for Thor to challenge me. I just want you to know that. I knew when I posted in the Google Doc, I thought, Thor is so going to call me out and challenge me. AI, and I'm using my notes. I'm prepared. AI presents remarkable opportunities for creative innovation. I had to say innovation because we both know that that's a stickler. By assisting in brainstorming, that is, I believe, very true, generating new ideas, and identifying patterns that might go unnoticed. And I think that aligns a little bit with the both of you, but more to my neurodivergent individuals, and those with executive functioning challenges. What I love is it externalizes their thought processes. I have seen that happen over and over, and it enhances their creativity and productivity like I've never seen before. And so this is really what, I became so interested in the AI, and I work with a lot of students that are somewhere on if you know anything about the spectrum, it's called the spectrum because it's a broad spectrum. And, some of them have tics, or I have an interesting student, he has Tourette's. And so it's just, you never know what he's going to say at any time in class. You kind of get ready. But he's learned to moderate what's happening in his head through the use of AI. Yes, it's a delight, I have to tell you. I'm delighted. But I'm here because I'm so excited about the use of AI. I feel like it's an equalizer. It helps them structure their thoughts, manage executive functioning challenges. And I have seen them be so creative where they had such a challenge getting out. And I let my students doodle in class, because if you know anything about the brain, or if you have schizophrenia, when you doodle, it just creates this kind of homeostasis between the left and right hemispheres. But now that we are using AI, they're coming into class in just a different frame. So it is helping them generate new ideas. I would say that. Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to attempt a dangerous metaphor.
You can do it.
Okay. No. Okay, so in the 1850s and 60s, we had a group of people called the abolitionists who were attempting to dissolve slavery in the United States. And their argument was a moral argument. Slavery is wrong. The counterpoint to them was not slavery is right. The counterpoint was, yeah, slavery might be wrong, but if it's abolished, who's going to pick the cotton? In other words, it's a job loss argument, right? And if you were to try to explain that, no, you don't understand, in a few short decades, we're going to make a discovery. And that discovery is this black stuff that bubbles up from the earth. And you can take this black stuff, which is ancient compressed biomass, and you can run it through a series of refinements and filtrations, and you can end up with this strange substance that's part hydrogen, part carbon. And it turns out that if you spray this stuff into cylinders at just the right time, and you introduce a spark and you make it explode, and you time it all correctly, that you can create mechanical motion from this chemical that you've found in the earth, and you can harness that mechanical motion to create these gear systems and levers that will automate the industrialization of the crops yield and effectively liberate those jobs from even having to exist. No one would believe you, right? Which is incidentally why moral arguments are the arguments to make. We have a difficulty, if not imagining the possibilities of technological disruption, than believing in our own imaginations. And so there's a dimension to the AI conversation here, particularly when it comes to human creativity, that AI is liberator, right? How much of your daily job or your daily tasks are spent doing things that you'd rather not be doing, right? I know for me it's a lot, right? And automation, while it might seem scary because it's difficult to imagine what's on the other side of that, it might rightly be seen as a kind of liberation. And in being so liberated, we have the advantages of more time to focus on the things that matter to us, right? Whether that's your own creativity or contemplating, like we are here, what it means to be human, right?
We all know about the Luddites, right? They were not against technology. They were against the carpet loom. It was a job loss issue for them. I believe that with AI, that we are having disruption now, but it will create opportunities the likes of which we can't imagine. If we've seen this with internal combustion engines and the carpet loom, imagine what will happen with AI. Just like I think there will be an inflection point with drivers with us being more comfortable with driverless cars. As educators, although Kim has made a very good point about AI in the use of education and students, we often think of AI as something that's used to cheat, right? And we have detectors to see if people have used AI. And of course, now there are software that will mask the AI to not look like AI for the detectors that the teachers use to see if they used AI. But I think there will come a time in the future where it will almost be like when you didn't use a word processor. You didn't use AI to help you get past the monotonous part of this, to help you get, as Aaron said, to the edges, the creative fringes where the real value is. Did you just not have time, or are you just lazy? It will be such a commonplace tool. And I think one of the things that we're going to see is something that I call AI drift, when you look online for something now, and you search in Google and Gemini, etc., it will find articles and blogs and things online. Increasingly, those things online will have been written by AI. So AI will be sourcing AI-written things and will drift further and further away from human sourcing. And we're going to see all these things happen. Now let's take it back to like commerce and startups. Let's say I want to do a startup with AI. It's never been easier, in some terms, to do a startup with AI, right? You don't even need to know how to code. If you can code a little bit, you can use Cursor or some of the more advanced tools, but you don't have to know how to code anymore. So you can you can clone websites, you can do all these things with AI, but can you do a startup that won't be obsoleted by Google or somebody else? So what I'd like to ask you guys to talk about, how can we incorporate in a practical way AI into our existing businesses, or perhaps a startup based solely or largely on the promise of AI?
One question that you might ask yourself, one practical question, is in the industries with which you're familiar, is there a skilled labor shortage that you can identify? I see a lot of people nodding their heads yes. Yeah. There is a skilled labor shortage across the United States, and we collectively have been trying to figure out how we can fill that gap. Right? Some of them are obvious. For example, the skilled labor gap in teachers. One way that that's been addressed is through programs like Teach for America, where they'll find qualified undergraduates, fast track their teaching credentials, and move them into underserved communities, and it's been tremendously successful. There's other areas in which it's not so easy, and these are places that are fertile grounds for artificial intelligence, particularly if you know what you're doing, meaning you are one of those people who have some of that tribal knowledge, which is going away. We used to have a program of apprenticeship in the United States. And apprenticeship would convey skills and talents and know-how from one generation to the next. And unfortunately, outside of a couple of areas, that's either dried up or drying up. And so you have a situation where the people who knew how to do things are retiring, and the new people that are coming in to those fields usually at a rate of 3 to 1, maybe 2 to 1, meaning 2 people retire for every 1 person that is new to those fields. This is particularly true in the trades. And you need a solution, right? And that solution tends to be something that can communicate to the incoming wave that which used to be communicated through apprenticeship and tribal knowledge. So if I were you, that's one place to start. Ask yourself, how can you fill the skilled knowledge gap?
There are a bunch of stores and skills that we have locally still, even though they could be done or they could be instrumented by a Google scale company. We still have local versions of them. Why do we have that? And I think it really depends on what goes into providing that service. And for a long time, it was very difficult to write software. It was, and this, as a result of this, we've grown to associate software as something that's generally produced by very large companies, and it's scaled globally. Most startups start with the intention of they're going to reach customers around the world if they're going into the software industry. And that made a lot of sense when it cost a huge amount to create software. Now it doesn't. The rate that things are being done is very different. Thor and I were in a meeting earlier this week or last week, And we came up, there was a need for something around categorizing the ideas that were coming up. And 2 days later, Thor mentioned that he'd built a tool to automate this process, a web application for that. That didn't used to happen. Like, if we wanted to have that tool to do that thing, it used to take weeks of brainstorming and planning and architecting, and depending on what developer resources you have around, it could be weeks or months or years to develop it. And now there's a whole class of software, not all. There's many classes that are still very hard to build with AI, but there's also a huge number of classes that can be built in hours. And that changes how we can do businesses. We can create things for our local community rather than things that, to be financially viable, have to scale globally.
So true. Yeah, we can solve problems today that we couldn't solve before. I mean, this is such a huge opportunity. We don't have to wait for big giant software companies anymore. I think there are two ways of, just right off the bat, of thinking about how to apply AI in our businesses or in our professional lives. One is the efficiency side. Automate something that I don't want to do. And this is attractive. And it makes things cheaper. And that's great. The other, though, is to use AI to harness and amplify, to use Kim's term, your special sauce. For instance, if you are a service provider, a plumber, let's say, and you have a lot of knowledge in your head, and let's say your knowledge is very specific to the area, the building codes and the practices of building over the course of the last decades. That's your special sauce as a plumber. Now, there's a lot of things you do, booking appointments and doing your bookkeeping, and of course AI. It's going to be attractive to use AI there. But I would challenge that plumber to think: how could you use AI to amplify your unique knowledge? How could you double yourself, right? And so this is not something that some corporation is doing. It's something that you're doing. You're exploiting yourself. Incidentally, I run into a friend who works at a large e-commerce company whose name I won't mention, and he said that I asked him what he was doing. He said, "I'm doing engineering, or DevOps in particular kind of engineering for this e-commerce company, and at least until they finish modeling what I'm doing, so they can just have an AI do my job." And I thought, well, that's horrible in a way, but it's also like you'd be crazy to not do it in a sense, right? I mean, in the world of capitalism, like if you can model a job in code and then run that job for pennies on the dollar, you're going to do it. It's inevitable. And so this is why I say, if you could take your own special sauce and start to amplify your own potential, this is the way we fight back.
And I want to reference what you were saying around it enabling people who couldn't communicate easily to communicate and find new ways to communicate. That also goes into the things that we build. If you couldn't communicate your idea to someone who could fund it or develop it, it wouldn't get built if you couldn't do it yourself. But now the things that someone can even build themselves, you don't have to explain to someone else necessarily now what your vision is. There are many things you still do. Still many things are very, very hard to build. But there's a new class of software and tools that if you vision it, you can work with an AI that is pretty good at understanding a lot of the things that we mean, even if other people don't always understand us. That now you can show someone and you can start with a prototype that explains your vision.
I love that. I don't think I should have been last because they had really good answers. So I'm going to simplify mine. I have a construction background. I'm very proud of that. We traveled all over the place. My dad paved I-5 and many different roads. Yes. And I was happy to follow in those footsteps, and I had a hot plant. I love to create. I love manufacturing. I don't know why, but I just love making things. It's really cool. When in that day, and this may resonate with many of you, I mean, we had walkie-talkies. Do you remember the big bag phones? I mean, it was complicated when we did business. You're wearing many hats. Your mind is all over the place. And you feel like your human capital. Even I felt at times my human potential was diminished because I wore so many hats. And there were so many things that would have been so lovely to have AI assist me with. Now, here's where I struggle. I am very human-centric. I believe in elevating and helping humans reach their full potential. But when I look at AI, and I'll get back to startups, AI can really help elevate humans as long as we are cognizant of how we utilize AI. There still needs to be that human component. When you're so for commerce, I would have loved to have had this, but I learned that AI can anticipate consumer preferences. A big part of the ideation phase or even pre-incubation stages, you really need to go talk to your customers. What do your customers want? What do they need? That takes a lot of time. I don't know, I had to do door-to-door sales. I don't know if y'all had to do that ever. I don't like it. I don't want to ever do it. I used to think I wish I had a robot that could go do the door-to-door sales and bring me back, the sales, and I could just leave. But AI could streamline decision-making. It could free up cognitive resources for more strategic, innovative thinking. And so in industry, because I was in industry for so long, and I love that you brought up the workforce, because it does concern me when we talk about career tech, what's going to happen. But AI-driven insights can improve problem solving and design by generating possibilities that humans haven't considered. So there were many times over the course of my many businesses, I had 23 total, that I would have loved to have had some AI when I'm like, oh man, what am I going to do? What's next? That think tank, it wouldn't take away the human component. I work with entrepreneurs. Southern Oregon Innovation Hub is connecting entrepreneur support organizations with entrepreneurs. And why do we do that? Because it is critical and crucial to economic development. And so when I work with these entrepreneurs, as you may well imagine, there's so much going on in the world. It's hard for them. They may have a really great idea or the new next best thing, but they have limited capital, limited human capacity to do these things. What we have been using with some of the entrepreneurs is we have been utilizing AI to anticipate customer preferences so they have a better idea when you go out and talk to your customers. You can help create a website that maybe costs a lot of money, but it can help you get started. I'm not really, sorry to say in this group, I'm not really fond of AI-generated logos. I do still like the old drawn-out ones, but with the entrepreneurs I work with, to help them, because they really need to move quickly. We need some things. We have a lot of problems and things that need solved. There's a lot of needs for the humans and for the planet. I see AI as a tool for entrepreneurs to use to move them a little bit quicker. They're still not human. The human component's still there and they're still involved. But I see the ability to utilize that AI to help. We ran some different things through AI the other day, and a student's creating a prototype for a device that helps with those that have substance abuse. And we came up with in my psychology class using the olfactory system. I'm just going to speed you through it. But without the use of AI, it would have taken us a really long time. So we were able to plug in the most amazing things, various things that people work through substance abuse. And so anyway, he is actually an Event Oregon candidate for RCC. So through the AI, we were able to move quicker and get there to build something that could potentially help someone's life. Gamification. Before I go, I went to an OMAP competition. If you're not familiar, we have a lot of acronyms in our world. I do use AI for acronyms. It's very interesting what comes up. Someone's like, oh, no, I didn't mean that. But OMAP is Oregon Manufacturing Extension Partnership. And I went up, and because you need to prototype really fast, we had to build a business that manufactured something in 5 hours. 5 hours. I know. I was a little sweaty, kind of wanted to go in the back of the room going, I'm not here really. But it was through AI and the gamification of the process. And we had to reach 10 million in our company, and it had to make sense. It was so fun. It was amazing. And we would have never done that. We would have just been struggling. So we were able to use AI to help us rapidly estimate consumer preferences and what's out there. And I conducted market research. It was very fun. And I created a very cool paddleboard for lazy people. I'm sorry I'm saying that because I'm lazy as I get older. So I created a really cool paddleboard, but it was through AI that helped me move very quickly and to create something. So I see AI, I don't know what it looks like, but I see AI being very supportive for entrepreneurs and for business. Sorry, that was very long. All right, here you go.
Well, something practical that I've found works very well if you're a business owner is challenge your employees to use AI to disrupt their own jobs. Tell them that that's what you want them to do. You can also start by buying professional AI accounts for them. ChatGPT or something like that costs $20 a seat. Get it for them to show them that you want them to use it for everything they're doing. And then reward them, show them that you're pleased when they come back with all of these, brilliant ideas, hopefully, of how they can amplify their own productivity and reduce the stress of work. They need to know that it's okay to use these tools. In fact, you want them to. How much time do we have?
You've got about 25 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So feel free to extemporize.
Yeah.
Let me add something to Adam. I'm part-time CFO for a variety of companies, and one of the companies is an agricultural company. And the real center of gravity is the Pacific Northwest. But because the company got tax credits from an investor, or an investor got tax credits, the headquarters is right off the strip in Las Vegas, where I'm going on Monday. I have several people there that report to me, and I did that exactly what Adam said. I said, I want you guys to integrate AI into your jobs this year. It's going into your KPIs, not as we'll investigate and explore AI. No, I want concrete results from you using AI. And I felt not only is that my responsibility as a manager for the company, but it's my responsibility on a personal basis to get them familiar with these tools. Because it feels to me like there's a window of opportunity right now. It's almost like many of us never learned how to operate the friggin' VHS, right? And that became a meme. Don't get VHS with AI. Now's the time to lean into it. So what I'd like to ask in our remaining minutes here is think of specific AI programs, specific things that people can do for their companies to incorporate AI. What tools would you use to do what?
In ChatGPT, in Grok, in Perplexity, in Claude, in the primary AI tools that you have available, most of these have a feature called deep research or web search or thinking mode. And what this is an extra 30 seconds to 90 seconds of allocated internet research and thinking time. And something that you can use in your own business is by describing what your business does, like just in the chat box, just describe what industry you're in, what you want to do, and ask it to generate, you could ask it to generate ideas for growth and expansion. You could ask it to generate comps, like competitive analysis. And that report is a prompt for you, the creative human with a soul, to look at that and react and go, nope, 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 there's something there. In this point here, there's an idea that I might want to pull on. Stephen King, in his book on writing, has a line that goes, "To write is human, but to edit is divine." And so you can use these deep research tools to process a lot of the upfront business analysis work, and then in your divine editing process, pick one or two that you think are good ideas and pursue them.
Cursor. It looks frighteningly like a software developer's, a programmer's tool, which it is. But it has been remarkable to me to see friends and people I work with adopt it with no prior software development expertise. It's one of the biggest things we face with it getting much easier to develop software is that I'm underestimating if I say there's 50,000 new AI tools in the last year developed. There's probably more, but finding the ones of those for your particular use case that are useful, usable, not too buggy, and that you are worth your time to learn is really hard. So what we need is a tool to find tools for us, which is going to be a tool. There's been a lot of attempts at it, but for me, hands down, like if I think of the most general tool that is useful across the board, it's a program called Cursor that allows you to access different AI models. You can talk to Claude through it, ChatGPT, you can plug in custom models. And half the time at this point, I don't even use it for writing code. I use it for brainstorming on documents, working on text, strategy, because it's the most generalized workflow I can just go to, just be comfortable in, and know that it will be there for me. The team behind it is very impressive. Thor had forwarded a interview with the developers of it to our Discord group. The Rogue Valley AI Lab has a Discord group. You should all join it. Shameless plug. But this interview was one of the most impressive development teams, the way to just watch them talk about their process. And I don't trust a lot of development teams, like in terms of just knowing that they will make good decisions on your behalf as a user. And this is one that very skilled, and as best can tell from the outside and using their tools, they just do a good job. And they are making a tool to feel kind of magical and just work in ways that you, at least I didn't expect a tool to just work for you.
It's a deep end of the pool kind of product, I will say, because it is designed for developers. But if you are interested, and you don't have to be a developer. We have plenty of people who use it who didn't start as developers. But we have a session next Thursday, ask me for info, that's focused on what we call vibe coding, and we'll be using Cursor. So that's a way to learn. But these are amazing suggestions, and so I have to pick something else because they've already been said. So I'll pick something which is also a little deep end of the pool, but I think it's going to get easier. It's called MCP servers, and it's a horrible name. But basically, right now, if you go to ChatGPT or you go to Claude, most people, what they're used to is the answer machine, right? You get an answer back. But so much of the work we do, it involves other tools. Like you're managing Google Sheets, information in Google Sheets, or maybe it's Salesforce.com or Notion. Just so many tools that we use we don't even think about. And so how cool would it be if you could talk to your AI and your AI would do tasks for you in all of these other softwares? This is a taste of the agentic AI that we heard about before. And because of this simple bridge kind of technology called MCP servers, you can now use Claude Desktop. So you can download this, just really easy to use tool called Claude Desktop. And then if you can figure out how to configure your MCP servers, which you will have to Google for, and just ask AI, it'll probably help you. But you have to turn search mode on. Then you can have your AI do a bunch of work for you in all these other software systems. So that is, I think, going to be an absolute game changer for people in professions of all kinds.
I would add I'm much more simplistic because I am learning what AI can do and what it can't do. But a few of the more simple ways we've been using AI is organization. Some of the entrepreneurs that I work with are organizing their calendars, their reminders, but they're also using AI for research. We found it to be an incredible tool if someone has, there's an incredible app, I hope it is developed here in Southern Oregon. And so we spent time utilizing AI to gather information that would have taken us, I don't even know how long. And then we take that information, we can plug it back in, we can be very specific to consumers, and it's an app to help downtown regions. But I've used it that way. To be honest, I have not used it a lot, although my favorite thing to do is get up in the morning, have coffee, and hang out with my ChatGPT. I don't know why, but it's really great. It's like a whole new world. But I don't have a lot to add, but what I would love to ask the three of you, because I do work with entrepreneurs, and oftentimes they are, they need that extra piece of help or support that, outside of us sitting and us ideating or rolling out a whiteboard or creating. I would like to ask the three of you, what would you share with me to share back with entrepreneurs? How could they use AI effectively from all stages? We have, the ideation phase, or where they're in design thinking, and then how do you move it forward? How could AI be a tool for someone who has this really fantastic idea? And I'm not talking about just all the financial pieces now, but how could AI be a powerful tool for entrepreneurs? Who would like to answer that?
Let's go shallow end this time.
Shallow end?
Shallow end of the pool.
Yes, please.
Communication, I think you started with the answer, Kim, because the number one challenge I see for new entrepreneurs, or any entrepreneurs for that matter, is communicating their ideas to others in a way that doesn't just work for their own mind, because you know what you mean. AI is really good at helping you figure out language for what you mean, what you understand of your idea and business, to frame it into a common language that others can also understand.
Quickly, all these tools have the ability to add your own knowledge into them. You can, I think, ChatGPT has custom GPTs. You can upload documents. It could be your personal diaries, or it could be your HR handbook. It could be a voter's guide. I made one that was based on a voter's guide. And once it has that knowledge, it's trained, so to speak, on your world. And so for an entrepreneur or somebody in a business looking to create new ideas, I find that the kind of ideation, the kind of iterative work on the business is so much better when you build up that knowledge base. And it's pretty easy to upload these kinds of documents to any of the big AI tools. So recommend it. Don't just use the off-the-shelf vanilla AI. Try to add your own information into it.
Rapid prototyping. This is obviously true in software, but it can be true in other businesses. If you're an entrepreneur, there's a point at which you're going to contemplate fundraising, and if you can rapidly prototype and show that there's either traction or that you can at least demonstrate the execution capability to build a product, then you remove the risk, or you move the risk from the risk curve further out, which means that your ability to raise money increases dramatically.
I'll toss in a couple pieces of software for automating workflows. One that's very easy is called make.com. And it's been around for a while, and it's leaning more into this agentic world. But you can automate workflows, and it can have a memory, and it can do tasks for you, and it's very easy to set up. It's a very nice, simple interface. There's one that's slightly more complicated, which is very popular, called N8N, and it also does the same thing. But you'd be amazed if you go on YouTube and search videos how to use make.com or Zapier or N8N to automate your workflows. And another way you can learn about how to do this is, like we heard, just ask AI. Sometimes AI is sleepy. Hi, I'm here with a delightful audience, and we're exploring ways for people to learn how to use AI. Using the personality of a Valley girl, can you give me a 15-second answer for the best ways to lean into AI?
Oh my gosh, totally. Like, the best way to get into AI is to start with fun, easy tutorials, join some cool online communities, and just, like, experiment with different tools. It's totally fetch.
Okay, now can you give me the same information in French?
Bien sûr. Pour se lancer dans la IA, commencez par des tutoriels sympas et faciles, rejoignez des communautés en ligne dynamiques et expérimentez avec différents outils. C'est super fun.
So if you just have the habit, this is ChatGPT. This is the $20 a month version. There's another one, the pro version, that's $200 a month, which sounds like a princely sum, but you get a PhD level expert in every field in human knowledge for $200. But with ChatGPT, and there's many other LLMs like this, if you develop the habit, like for my PowerPoint, I wouldn't think, I have a lot of slides in there. I used AI to generate the images or to do research. I'm building a sauna in my house, and I didn't know if there was higher than like 400 grit sandpaper. I asked ChatGPT. If you just develop the habit that you have this companion that can be with you all the time, you will develop your AI muscle, and I think that will help you propel you even more into AI. Okay, we've got about 9 minutes, and I see Thor really has something he wants to get across.
Just on the heels of that, one of my favorite things to do that you can all do, and you can do it in voice mode or you can do it in text, but is just instead of asking it for something, instead of asking AI to perform some action, instead have it interview you about some topic. And that helps you know your own mind. I think this is actually great for entrepreneurs. It's great if you want a quickie therapist session or some you want to just dish some gossip. But the main thing here is to flip the script on the AI. For instance, sometimes I'll have to write a document and I just don't feel like writing. So I'll ask the AI to interview me about the topic of the paper. And to keep going until it feels like I've expressed something coherent, and with the voice mode, I'll just talk for a while, and I'll stop. It'll ask a follow-up question, and this will go on for a bit, and then it'll say, "All right, I think we've got the idea out." And I said, "All right, can you now write me a 2-page summary of what I just said in my style of voice," which it knows because I've uploaded my own writing into its knowledge base. So this is a bit of a hack. It's not the AI writing your paper. It's simply transcribing your ideas and putting them into a form that is in your style. So, I mean, for me, that doesn't feel like cheating. That just feels like good sense.
And even asking it to write it for a certain audience. Again, back to the challenges entrepreneurs face is speaking to a certain group of people. AI is pretty good at communicating, imagining what would resonate. It's best if you edit it. You might not want to take it vanilla as a result, but it gets you a long ways on a track to change how you think about communicating to a certain kind of person. And I think this is part of the new creativity, like how we interact with a new tool. Mm-hmm. Every kind of tool has creative uses and can be used creatively. This is a new one. And we'll keep finding new, fun, unusual approaches to work with it. That hasn't been mapped out yet. It's not really known. We're just at the beginnings.
So I have an ask. With the RV AI Lab, would you consider teaching some classes around this for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I don't think we want to shill our stuff up here, but actually, the RV AI Lab is a community platform that is designed to roll out programs for helping people through these kinds of things. So, more on that later. We have a booth tomorrow. So,
would you like to add anything, Adam? Like you have some thoughts.
I don't know. My best Valley Girl accent.
Yeah, I would like to hear that. Please, before we go, can we please hear that?
So fetch. Do you have any more questions?
I'm going to leave it to you and Kim to wrap it up for us.
Okay.
Oh, wow, no problem.
One tool that I've been using recently is called Gamma, and it's an immediate thumbs up in the audience. Yeah. It replaces PowerPoint. Yeah, so It's kind of like Cursor for PowerPoints. It's a web app that you can log into, and you can describe the presentation that you'd like to make, and it can generate the images for you. It can make it look pretty. It does a pretty good job of bulleting everything. That is a massive time saver. And if you're still, like me, a neurotic design control freak, you can export it as as a PowerPoint file and make your last little edits. Check it out, Gamma. I think it's gamma.app.
I think it's great that we had a takeaway from the session. I think that's always great. I've never heard of Gamma. I saw, yeah. So one thing I would like to share is sometimes things can scare us because they make us uncomfortable. And again, it is that mind shift that needs to happen. I think for all of us, it doesn't mean we have to 110% move into AI. It doesn't mean that AI has to interfere in our lives or change things or change our human interaction or connection. But maybe that shift, maybe it allows us to be more innovative. Maybe it allows us to save time. Maybe that idea, I love, Aaron, what you shared about it's difficult to articulate. It is an iterative process. If any of you, I don't know if people in this room have designed something, but it's a very iterative process. And you design it and it doesn't work, and you go back and you talk to customers and you come back. And I was thinking about how neat it would be to have that AI, that companion, I love that use, to be able to come back and say, well, I went out and it's not going to work. So now what? To have that companion, to be able to run that through all this data. But I see AI, for me personally, I'm just going to turn this back around to those that I really love working with as the entrepreneurs, but it is the people that I work with that struggle every day just to even get out of bed. And I see the changes in AI in their lives. And I don't know how much you know about those that are neurodivergent or in the spectrum, but they have these just infinite abilities to see the world in a different way than all of us see the world. And it's actually quite beautiful. And they are very brilliant, but they struggle with these ideas that sit inside their head, and I work with them and I see those struggles. For me, it's intensely personal as a way for me to help those folks get out whatever it is that's in there and see what happens with it. And some of the inventions that have been created, we used AI because I'm not great at it. I am going to have more lessons. I did try the interview thing. It was completely hilarious. It works really well. I've seen Thor do that. But, AI can help us as long as we, we keep those safeguards in place. It shouldn't take over ideating and being creative. It should not, move us down this different path if you're a divergent thinker. It should help you expand on those ideas and help you grow as a human. I use it a lot. I'm not sure that I'm using it correctly. I have some new tools. So tomorrow at 5 a.m., I'm probably going to be having coffee playing with these tools. But think about the mindset shift that needs to happen. How can we solve more problems? How can we use AI to help us move a little bit quicker, to be a little bit more creative, to expedite things that need to happen and be done? I think that's where I see AI. And then how can AI help people who don't feel like they fit in this world? How can we help them feel like they fit in more? How can we help them bring out their true who they are and what is inside of them? And that's what I'm very passionate about. So I will close it, although I want to add, I am concerned about the workforce in current tech. So that would be for another conversation. How can we use AI to help in our apprenticeship programs, how move some of these things? So anyway, but thank you.
So I think, Kim, you summed up this panel and distilled it very well by saying AI isn't necessarily only artificial intelligence, but it can be amplified intelligence. Please give a big hand to our panelists. We are just getting started here, folks. I want to introduce our illustrious panelists and leave it to them. Micah Blacklight is a multimedia, multidimensional artist with wide-ranging passions. A writer, speaker, coach, and visual artist, proficient in media such as visual, graphic, and audible, Micah is determined to create and hold safe containers for provocative thought that blaze trails of empowering, inspiring experience. That's pretty friggin' cool. Nisha Burton is a filmmaker, VR, AR, AI specialist, and digital artist with 12 years of experience blending storytelling and technology. Nisha's body of work includes award-winning films, transmedia marketing campaigns, and fully interactive, narrative-based, immersive VR, AR experiences. Her work focuses on inspiring action towards inclusivity and cultural change. Cynthia Salbato, as the co-founder of the Secret Story World, Cynthia self-identifies as a community experience architect. She is the driving force behind the Ashlandia, oh, that's cool, Ashlandia immersive experience, an interactive journey guided by AI-powered fictional characters, AI NPCs. This experience transforms Ashland's landmarks into an expansive, multi-location story installation blending art, technology, and local culture. Nice. Let's give it up for Cynthia. And Teague Armour Thorson. Teague is a media innovator and digital storyteller who helps mission-driven organizations, the heroes of humanity's story, on their quests to create a better world. Teague equips change makers with the tools, strategies, and content they need to complete their missions while staying true to their values. With her AI as a partner, not a replacement, a theme that seems to be running through our remarks tonight, training program, she teaches organizations to integrate AI into their creative and marketing workflows. Please give me a round of applause for Teague Armour Thorson. Okay, so let's see, I got some really good questions here, some of which came from AI. Okay, so let's start off with this. At what point does the integration of AI in arts and media compromise the authenticity of human creative input? Is there a line, a Rubicon? What do you guys think? We'll start off easy here.
I can answer. Okay, all right, I'll start this off. That's really tricky because we have been struggling with that question for a very long time. I remember Photoshop coming out, and a lot of people felt that that was taking away the authenticity of creating, your photos in a dark room. But really what it did was it created accessibility for people who couldn't have a dark room to be able to actually make beautiful photos. So I can see the point that tools can sometimes change how we are authentic, but that doesn't mean that we aren't. That's all.
So for me, what I experience as I enter into this, I too, like Dr. Kim Fries, am new to the AI, but I'm kind of jumping in with both feet. And what I'm discovering is as I explore these tools just from my own thought process, I'm not thinking about the bigger philosophical, how is this going to, impact the artists and things like that. It's not that that's not important, but what I'm discovering as we go down these paths is, first off, let me give you some context here. I was the last person in my circle to get a cell phone. I was the last person, I still don't use my Facebook page. I am a very slow adapter. And so what I have found with this, as I'm looking around, I feel like the artists, the culture makers, the creators, the creative people, the innovators, I know Thor doesn't like that word, but still, I want to see them jump on this first and start steering this boat, paddling this boat in the directions that we do know we want to go, that more beautiful world that we know is possible. And so for me, this is just a question that we just need to get into the water and really start exploring and not limit ourselves too much. Yes, we do have to have philosophical discussion, but I don't want to jump in it alone. I want to jump in it with all of you. I feel like our community, this is a really special place. We are a special kind of a town, and we're filled with creative people. We're filled with deep thinkers. We're filled with people with don't tell Thor, plug your ears, innovative beings. And so I feel like we can start steering this boat in the direction that we want to go. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the people who are wanting to extract and commodify and turn a quick buck off of these things are going to start steering that boat. And so I feel like I've roamed way off target with what we were supposed to be talking about, but I'm just going to lay it all out on the table. I'm a slow adopter, and yet for this one, after I watched all these other things kind of go a little wonky, I just want us to jump in and get going and make this the wonderful, creative, better world that we know is possible. So, yeah.
Yeah, Cynthia, I really like the point that you were making, and that's been a big part of my work, has been because I bridge these two worlds. I've been in the emerging technology field for many, many years, working with virtual reality, augmented reality, now AI, and the filmmaking world, and the creative world, and the artists world. And not that they're separate, but one is more techie, one is more the artists. And for so long with virtual reality, I was trying to encourage storytellers and filmmakers to come over into the field and to experiment with these tools. The problem there is that there was a pretty high barrier to entry. You had to know coding. There's a lot of development that goes into VR experiences, but still the need for good stories in those spaces is what actually will progress the technology forward, because once the wow factor wears off of like, this is so cool, I'm immersed in another world, if there's no story there, people don't really stay. And so that's why I constantly was encouraging my filmmaking friends to try out these technologies. What's really cool about AI is whereas there was a huge barrier to entry, and there still is a pretty high barrier to entry to virtual and augmented reality, it does not exist in the same way with AI. Anybody can get on their computer, try out one of these tools, try out Midjourney, try out Claude, try out ChatGPT. And I feel like that's really why in the emerging tech world, I don't know that we really predicted that AI would take off as quickly and in the way that it did that we see now. But because it came for the creative fields first, which also I totally did not predict. In 2019 or 18, I did a talk about how machines wouldn't steal your job, but I was focusing on architecture. I was focusing on stocking shelves. I was focusing on these different jobs and not on the creative fields. But because it came for the creative fields first, I feel like that's why we've seen it take off so much, because people are inherently creative. And I liked the last panel where it's a reframing of creativity. It's not just for artists, but everybody wants to create, wants to generate, wants to make. And so being able to level that playing field and have somebody who doesn't think of themselves as an artist be able to type a prompt into Midjourney and then create a piece of art out of that is really empowering. So off of your question with authenticity, I think that word is really interesting to think about, like what is authentic art versus what is inauthentic art. And I feel like in this democratization of art that AI is bringing, we are able to kind of deconstruct some of the snobbery around art as well, because there has been a really big barrier for lots of people that fall out of a certain demographic even, to be able to be artists, to be able to be considered high art. And so now we're in this space where people from all walks of life are being able to create and experiment with these things. And so I think really what is being shifted, because there's pros and cons, and I'm not just like AI is amazing and doesn't disrupt the art world at all, but what has shifted is mastery. So before, with the creative fields, you would spend many, many years learning how to hold a paintbrush right, learning how to draw in the way you wanted, learning how to make the ideas in your head then translate out to the page. Or like in the filmmaking world, many, many years learning how to work the camera, learning how to tell stories in a certain way. And now that process of mastery has become a lot smaller, and people are able to make an output that looks as good as somebody who has spent 20 years learning how to hold the paintbrush and wield it in a certain way. So I think that is kind of where the interesting conversation and thought happens for me, is what changes when that type of mastery is shifted.
Okay. So many things, so many thoughts. Okay. First, I just want to acknowledge what each one of what I'm going to call my colleagues, friends, have just said. I concur, I agree, and I resonate with a lot of what they've said. But now I am Thor. Now I'm the Thor of this panel. Okay, so several points. One, I would be looking at this question differently if I didn't also know about how these particular tools in terms of like visually generative AI in particular were trained, right? So I first just want to speak to that, name it for the people who don't necessarily know what it means, know what I'm talking about, and then let it go to be like, all right, what comes after I set that down, right? So the way that a lot of visually generative AI is trained is that they throw everything in the internet at it, and they throw every artist's work at it, whether those artists okayed that or not, whether those artists had any say in that or not, whether those artists wanted anything to do with that tool or not, their stuff is in there. So you can say stuff like, case in point, I want this in the style of Gauguin, and and it'll give you a reasonable facsimile. Why? Because it's got tons of Gauguins. It's got like that. And so there are a bunch of artists who've spent years, decades, some of them lifetimes, perfecting very specific styles. And now those styles specifically, really close, are available to anyone. That bothers me a lot, okay? It messes with me on a fundamental level. Like I get really emotional about it. But that being said, the cat is out of the bag. Like, genie's out of the bottle. There's no putting it back, period, no matter what we do right now. So letting that particular piece of the puzzle go, I then have to look at, yes, the democratization is massive, right? Because some of the barriers to entry were resource-based, like you had to pay for this amount and this amount, but some of it was just human time, people putting in work that you just don't have to put in anymore. Cameras did that to some degree. Photoshop did that to some degree. These tools, people try and make equivocations to the cameras and the Photoshop, and I'd say it's roughly, but this is on a whole other scale that we've never seen before. However, that being said, the democratization is huge. Let me just put that. The fact that a person who used to have to come and pay me lots of money to have some custom illustration done can now do it in literally do a version of that in literally 60 seconds, maybe, not even, and have some beautiful stuff. Contrary to popular belief, there is a lot of stuff that is actually gorgeous, really gorgeous. And there's people who will say it's soulless, and I'll say it's the opposite because it's got little pieces of all those artists' souls in them. I'm saying, so it kind of messes with me. So there's that. But when we come to the topic of authenticity, I feel like it's really, really challenging because, to Teague's point, that's been a conversation for centuries, right? When Duchamp just did his ready-mades at the very beginning, and for those of you who aren't familiar, there was an artist who named Duchamp, and he was Japan, and I think he was French, I'm not sure, but he would do this thing where they had this super high bar back in the day where it was just if you are not trained at X and X whatever, the painting that you did isn't worth whatever. And Duchamp was like, how about I bang up a unicycle, I stick it on a stand in a museum, and I say that's art because I say it is, and that's it. Right? And it was just massively revolutionary. It was huge because it's what is art? It's all subjective anyway. So when we come back to the question of authenticity, I'm bothered because as an artist, I didn't put in mad work for the styles that I've created and and I'm just I genuinely hate, I can't even front, it bothers me that a person who has put in none of that work can prompt a nice prompt. They can craft a beautiful prompt. They call themselves prompters, and that's the thing. And there's been a a movement online now. You may or may not have seen this, where the artists who are prompting these things are going, please don't steal our art. It's taken us so much time to learn to prompt. so I'm not making that up. So, right. So all of that comes down to, so I can give it back to the next question or whatever. All that comes down to, I do feel it is an incredibly nuanced conversation. It's an incredibly nuanced question. There are a series of questions. Authenticity, is there a Rubicon? Is there a lane between which, after which I'm like, that's too much AI versus that's just fine? Where do the limits lie? I feel like, as with all art, it's literally 100% subjective. So there honestly is no real answer to that question. I will have my personal boundaries, and I'll be like, I'm not using it for this. Case in point, pre-AI, there's a lot of artists that I didn't realize were doing this. They would take, say, Photoshop or Lightbox or something, and they would, these photorealistic painters who I was in awe of until I found out that they start by tracing the photo, and then they paint over it. And this is common knowledge. This is just what they do. And I was like, you know what I mean? I was just mad. But for me, I'm like, because my style would be look at it. If I can look at it and do it, then that for me is more. But for other people, they're like, you're still looking at a photo though, right? So it's like, where does the line drawn? So that I'm just gonna leave it there with it's nuanced. It's nuanced.
So I love that you pointed out that there are artists that are taking other artwork and then putting their artwork into that artwork and calling it their artwork, right? So fundamentally, art is iterative, with some nuance and some, obvious. There's exceptions to this. So naive art, for example, is art where somebody's never seen art before, and they make art, right? There's a couple other weird examples, but generally speaking, if somebody creates art, it's from other art they've seen. Human beings are doing that, So it's a difficult framing, because AI is not a person doing this. AI is iterating on what it's seen and creating art from that. But it's not a new thing for us. We, in the arts world, we're aware that we iterate on art. We're aware that we take other people's ideas and incorporate them very innocently sometimes, just as part of the learning process. I mean, when you're a kid, you copy books, right? You copy art books, you trace stuff, and then that person goes on and they move on and they find artists that they love and appreciate, and they want to adopt certain parts of what those artists do, and it turns into something that eventually becomes a unique style for them, right? But it's all from stuff that they have experienced and learned and seen, right? It's weird to think of AI like that, because again, AI is not a person, but that is kind of what AI is doing. It's taking everything that it's seen and turning it into something else. I think where authenticity comes in is our input in that, right? So I like to use AI in my creative workflow. I use it in almost every part of my creative workflow, but AI is very rarely represented in the final product. And I do that just for myself. I could probably get away with it, but I don't like the feeling. But I use AI for things like idea generation that ends up sparking something else, right? So one of the things that happens in my career is that an organization will come to me and they have a complicated, tricky subject that doesn't really engage audiences, and they're like, okay, well, we're gonna run a donation campaign, and we're hoping to get people to care that blue whales are endangered, even though the people we're reaching out to are probably having a difficult time paying gas, right? That's difficult. And before I started to incorporate AI into my workflow, some of these subjects are very complicated to navigate and to find a story inside. And it would take me weeks to come up with whatever the thing is that writes itself, doing all kinds of research, trying to understand the subject, trying to figure out, like, you know, the framing, and it was all from, you know, a combination of, like, you know, standard academic research and Google searching, just to find stuff that was interesting. And my method usually is I find something that is interesting or weird about the subject, and usually that will lead me on a trail to something that speaks to people. I don't know, it's just a thing. Now I can go to ChatGPT and say, hey, I need to learn about this subject. Tell me 10 weird things about it. You know, tell me 10 interesting things about it. And sometimes the gem is in there, and it's real information. I just didn't have to dig for it. You know, I didn't have to spend 2 weeks. It took me 2 hours. That is a remarkable change for my career in terms of the, you know, the efficiency and the amount of time it takes me to do something, but also the mental energy involved. All of a sudden, I have free creative mental energy because I didn't spend 3 weeks in a research hole. It's awesome. Is that authentically me? You know? Yes, I think so. It's still me doing the work. It's just me doing the work with a tool that makes it more accessible, right? I still have to do the research. I still have to check the sources and, you know, find the story that writes itself, you know, which obviously I write it, but that's part of the process of creating something authentic with AI. And there's all kinds of parts, you know, places within the AI, or within the creative workflow where you can add AI in there and still come out with a genuinely authentic piece. So I think we need to reframe that AI isn't just generative output. It isn't just what you see at the very end of a project. Yes, of course, we do see that. You know, you see it in advertising a lot. I'm sure you guys have gone on Facebook and seen, like, a picture where you're like, I don't think people have 6 fingers, right? So it is ending up in you know, people's end product. And I would say that's not authentic. But you can absolutely bring AI into all kinds of interesting areas throughout the creative process and I think legitimately claim authenticity.
Well, I'll just jump in with kind of my workflow with AI as well in terms of the authenticity. One of the things that I find is I'm very much an introvert. I tend to like to keep to myself, and yet I know that the best ideas I have come when I work with other people, and it's always a collaborative process. And so what I have found is I've got a collaborator that has been, let's just say it, it's been trained on all of you. You've all had input in what AI is aware of, thinking. It's like our collective knowledge is all brought together. And so even though maybe I can't reach out to Bill today to collaborate, or Ian, I have that opportunity to query you from the comfort and safety of my own home and from my own computer. But again, it still is this relationship that I'm building. And yes, it is a tool. I actually have a chatbot that I work with. I was very proud of myself when I built my own chatbot. It was like, oh my gosh, I can do this. And it has a name. It's AI Athena, like Athena, but it's got the I in there. And again, it's trained on my work, but it's also borrowing from all of you. But in terms of the authentic part, I'm having trouble saying the word authenticity. There, I did it. I don't want to take from you. I want to create with you and give. And so for me, the big piece around collaborating with you through AI is I want to make sure that I acknowledge you, thank you, appreciate you, that it never becomes me saying, I did this all by myself. Because I know I didn't. Never, even before AI, I know I never did. We are all working with and collaborating with each other because we each inspire each other. That's what I think why we're here, is to create and inspire each other. And so, so that's kind of, yeah, so that's me.
Yeah, what an inspiring conversation. And I'm going to disagree a little bit with Teague, just to keep the thing spicy, but also because I think that I loved everything you were saying. I think the statement of if the output is AI, it's not authentic, which I might be paraphrasing you wrong.
I don't mean that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool.
If that's what people took, I don't mean that. I'm just saying that it often can't. It's tricky.
Yeah. Okay.
Context matters.
Totally. Yeah. So I agree, and I'll build off of that, because I think that there is people, when they see something online and they're like, oh, that's AI generated, I can totally tell. Yeah, you can totally tell when somebody, and I'm revising my last statement too, hasn't mastered this particular tool. Because it's true that when you just type in a generic prompt, you're probably going to get something out that looks like a generic AI output. And that is shifting more. It's becoming harder to distinguish. But as people get better and better at understanding how to prompt, at understanding what creative styles they want to draw from, it really does become your own thing. And Micah, I totally agree with you too, that the way that all of the images and data was sourced is not good, and that it is stealing from a lot of artists, and there is no compensation, there is no accreditation, there's no naming of the sources of where everything's being pulled in together. So that is the big elephant in the room that we should all acknowledge. And then moving forward from that, there is also this level of mastery that one can get learning how to use this new tool. And as a digital artist and somebody that really loves the collage aesthetic, it feels like a continuation of that in a lot of ways, where it is bringing together these different styles and these different mediums, and then letting you have your particular output of what you want. And another thing that I think is a misconception, because I'm on Instagram a lot, I follow a lot of AI pages, and a lot of times people will comment, they'll be like, oh, this was so cool, I love this so much, until I found out it was AI. And now I hate it, or now I'm so mad at you, or this isn't real art, right? And I think it's because there's this misconception, especially with people that haven't used the tools, that it's super easy. And that you just you just type in a prompt, and boom, first try, what you want comes out. And then now, me being in the film world, playing and using AI for a filmmaking tool, generative video, again, people will see the outputs and they'll be like, cool, whatever, I don't care. It'll probably take you like 60 seconds, right? But the truth is, and I'll just walk through my workflow a little bit, it takes probably to make a 60-second video takes 4 to 5 to 6 hours. So when you want to get it good and you want to get it the style you really want it. So you spend time for each part of the story, you craft the story, you can get Claude or ChatGPT to help you with certain points, like, oh, I really want there to be a villain or an antagonistic force in my story that I've written. What would be a good antagonistic force? Okay, cool, let me input that. Or say I had a story about this couple that's facing a black hole and it's gonna suck them into the sky. This is a story that I do have. And I had a tragedy as the ending. And I was like, but I don't know if people are gonna love the tragedy ending. So AI, can you help me think of what a heroic journey would be? What would the main character, what choices would they need to make to shift from this being a tragic ending to a heroic ending? And again, that takes a knowledge of storytelling. It takes a knowledge of knowing how a story arc works. It takes a knowledge of knowing how the character's choices shape the narrative. So it's not just AI knowing all of this, it's you having a back and forth iterative conversation with it. So creating the story and then generating all the images that you're going to be using, and Midjourney is a great tool for that, for folks that are interested in playing with it. But again, it's not a one and done. You type in, you generate one image, you might get some options you like, you might need to shift it, you need a consistent character, so you have to work with that. You have to make sure that the parts are matching each other style-wise. So there's all these things that go into that. And then now there's great generative video tools. Runway is one, Sora is another. I'm just naming them so you all can know if you haven't played with them before. Luma, Dream Machine. So there's lots out there. But again, it's like you might put in something and type in a prompt and be like, this is totally going to work. And then it outputs, and again, it's crazy. It has somebody with like 5 arms and their eye is like floating over here. It's not right. So you have to refine. And then you have to edit it all together like you do with film. Each section, you know, are these different scenes that you're putting together. So that's just a little peek into how it still is very much this back and forth. And in the future, someday, maybe it won't be that. I can't predict the future by seeing how quickly these technologies are evolving. But for now, I would encourage people to try it out, play with it themselves, and also appreciate the AI artists that are out there, because it's not super easy.
Okay, here we go. All right, so okay, all right. So the thing that I would highlight and emphasize, listening to the 3 of their workflow, right? To me, the first thing that jumps out is that these are artists who, to my mind, still have this thing called integrity, artistic integrity. It's my definition. I understand this. This is, that's subjective too, right? Like, is it, whatever, right? But to me, these are 3 artists who still have artistic integrity. My challenge is, there's a whole bunch who don't. There's a bunch. And these tools make it really, really easy. Now, Nisha, she just outlined something that at the moment is harder. Filmmaking at the moment for these tools is more challenging, but just a year ago. Like, the thing you can do on Sora now versus a year ago is mind-blowing. Feel me? So the tech is going to get better 100%. And there will be a bunch of stuff where there's like, that you don't have to, nothing. You could just literally be like, give me a movie about boom. Make it this amount of seconds. I want this amount of, it's done. Freaking done. And it's gonna happen, period. It's gonna, right? And to me, that's like an inevitability. Mind you, this is just my, like she said, she doesn't know, right? But based on the historical arc so far, I'd say this is pretty good odds. Pretty good odds, right? So for me, it's like when I listen to their workflows, when I listen to the ways and the reasons behind how they're working and the things that they choose not to do, that jumps out more than the things that they could do if they, just a little slide to right, left, whatever, direction you want to take it. So it's, for me, it's not like I have a problem with all these AI, it's just like I'm recognizing the opportunities that exist for literally anybody who's like, I don't feel like doing anything. Nope. You know what I mean? I don't want to do any of that. Let me see how I can just circumvent, let me do the least amount of work, the least amount of idea generation, the least amount of, all of it. Yes, that is called efficiency. But when it comes to art, to me, again, this is the subjective piece, right? When it comes to art, okay, so that's where, and again, it's going to be interesting, right? Because the tech is getting so good that there may come a time when you can hit one sentence with no training, no nothing, just step on it, boom, say it, and it'll put out this glorious thing. And then who am I to be like, that's not art, right? Like, it just messes with me so bad. So that's one of that's one of the main things that came up, and I also took another night. Another night note to Cynthia's point when she was like, she wants us to jump on, us meaning everybody, especially artistics and creatives, but everybody to feel their own creative and to jump on and steer the boat. I feel like, and this is where my pessimist comes in, I don't think there's steering. I don't think there's steering. I don't think there is steering. Because the genie is a genie. It doesn't give a fuck about your steering. It doesn't care. I just bleep myself. You like that, right? So it doesn't, it's like, it's like the genie is made to be genie. The genie's made to fulfill these wishes. The genie is made to give us superpowers, and it doesn't care whether they're super villains or superheroes. It doesn't care at all. It's just like powers. I'm here to give powers. Let's go, right? And so I'm not coming out with a solution because there isn't one, because it's done. Genie's out. Hey, it's interesting because it's in the Tales of the Genie, you had to go through some crazy thing to find the genie. But our genies are every single one of you. Like literally anybody here, most of you, I'm assuming 98%, 99% of you have some kind of smart device. In fact, just everybody who has a phone, raise your hand. All right, there we go. Done. Okay, so so like 98% of the people in this room have phones, and most of those phones are what they call smartphones, and most of the smartphones have access to at least one of these crazy, beautiful, wonderful, lunatic tools. So it's like each one of you has access to your very own genie, like right now, right? And they're just gonna get more powerful. So for me, when I think about guardrails, when I think about steering the ship, when I think about all that, I come back to the place that I think a lot of folk in the conversations that don't want to be super negative, they kind of gloss over, like the people who are worried about job loss. There's going to be freaking job loss. When they, this, what they call disruption. Disruption can look like all kinds of things. And for some of y'all, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to feel good. It's going to be horrible. But the truth is that post-disruption, there is this wide world of wonder, like for real, possibly, if things don't go all the way down the toilet. And I personally think that the wide world of wonder is what is exciting, right? But it's basically like, in order to even partake in the possibilities, I have to sort of compartmentalize like we do as humans, live like there's no tomorrow. You better plan for tomorrow, like the same thing, right? I feel like that's the sum up. Like, I have to live like there's no tomorrow, like enjoy these tools, try my best to utilize them to the extent that I'm willing, keep my artistic integrity, try and create beautiful things, try and network with people who are also creating beautiful things while holding the possibility that there's going to be others. This is going to look very different. And disruption can look really wild, and we don't even know the levels of disruption that could potentially happen. We have no idea. You know what I mean? So I guess the gist of that rambling whatever is to say, I feel like artistic integrity to me right now means a lot. It's like the last bastion. And there will be a time when it's so easy and it's such a slippery slope to no longer care about artistic integrity. And that is where authenticity, the line between authenticity and whatever isn't, that's where it, to me, just slides into the gray of nothing.
I got a question for the panel. Going back to what Thor was talking about in terms of training your AI on your own material and having it interview having it interview you and learn from you and start to sound like you, and I've done that with my own AI. My own AI sounds so much like me. It is a little bit scary. It makes jokes like I make jokes, and uses words I use because it has that. It was fed that. I do see a future where we all have trained AI that's trained on our stuff. Is what it produces authentic? Anyone?
I love that this question is the crux of our conversation, and it's making me think of another question that I saw in the future, which is about the uncanny valley. And for those that don't know, it's a term, and I'll just say it in really simple terms. Us as humans, we've evolved to be able to recognize other humans' faces. There's a danger in something that might look like us, like say a snake that has a face on the back of it, but is not a human, right? And so because of that evolutionary way that humans have evolved, things that look close to human, but we can tell because we're so good at telling that it's not human, give us a queasy feeling. And you all are probably familiar with that, with bad CGI that you've seen in movies, or now with robotics. Like, a lot of the humanoid robots look close, but they're not human, and that freaks us out, right? So that's why they make robots that look more like cartoonish, and then it's out of the uncanny valley. It's in this place where we know it's not human, it's cutesy, we like it. And so one of the future questions, and I'll circle back around to why I'm saying it for this question, is about, are we in the uncanny valley of AI? And my answer is that I think we're already out of it, by and large. What that means is that people being able to discern what is AI generated and what is not visually at this stage is a lot harder. And especially there's this whole phenomenon around having digital twins, right? Being able to create a clone, so to speak, of yourself that's AI generated, that's then able to present things for you, is able to make videos for you. If you're a content creator online, you can train AI on yourself, and then it'll be able to make videos, put out a lot of content. And people are doing that. They're also making AI personas that are not themselves, that are then talking to audiences and amassing huge followings. And so there's the dead internet theory, which is a conspiracy theory, but it's like at some point, which we might be getting close to, it's just going to be a bunch of bots talking to each other. And there's not going to be any humans, or very few humans actually online, because we'll be so flooded by all of this content that is generated by AI. So to circle back to your question, if we are making these replicas of ourselves that are sounding like us, looking like us, saying the things that we want them to say, having conversations with other people or potentially with other bots and not knowing it and just going back and forth forever, is there authenticity in that? Are we in that still? Is that a version of ourselves? I don't have an answer for these questions because it's pretty existential at that point, right? It's like, what is self? What is consciousness? I mean, I think we know inside of ourselves, but we've also been questioning that very question since the dawn of being human, right? And reflecting on ourselves. So these are all things I'm putting in the pot for others to think about and discuss too.
Okay, so I've thought about Teague's question a lot, and because so this is gonna dip into the metaphysical, right? And all good. Okay. So because for me, dip, baby. All right. So because for me, there is a concept of soul and spirit that I actually believe in. I'm not a religious person. I'm not whatever, but I do believe in the concept of spirit and soul, and I couldn't the working definitions that I have for first off the difference between spirit and soul, because a lot of people, I ask them, do you think there's spirit and soul? And the same thing. Okay, so for me, the soul would be the animus, like the piece of source. If there is a source, if there is a whatever, soul would be the animating piece, that spark that does not, the difference between soul and spirit, in my definition, the primary difference between soul and spirit is that the soul doesn't care about your experience. It doesn't care, pain, good, amoral, it doesn't care at all. It's just existing. It's just yay. So you could be tortured, you could be giving birth. It's like yay, right? Whereas your spirit is like, I'm being tortured, right? Like, so the spirit is wrapped closer to our human experience. And thus the spirit is wrapped more up in what I would consider identity, right? The soul, there is no identity. It's just a spark. And then the spirit gives it the identity. And so so there's that. Because I believe in spirit and soul, I don't believe that the simulacrums of us are us or authentic. And I don't think what they're creating is authentically us. I do not. I do feel, and here's where it gets super weird, because I was listening to a talk from one expert being interviewed in terms of some of the people that are deeply, deeply working with the creation of these AIs and by the way, real quick, when we say AI, it sounds like a monolith. There's like thousands and thousands of different AIs. Like, it's not like AI. Like, that's not how it works. So just so you know, is tons. But the kinds of AI that whatever. So let me just backtrack. So they were talking about, do you think AI can gain consciousness? And the expert who was answering was like, no. But I do feel like at some point it'll be able to fake it. At which point, does it matter? He fucked my head up so bad. He just messed me up so bad with that question. So bad. So for me, there will come a time when the simulacrums will get so good at simulating us, right? So the only difference will be that one of them has a soul and the other one doesn't. And at that point, I do wonder if through constant contact, as osmosis, magic, I don't know, if there might be like the ghost in the machine, right? Like if one of them may formulate a freaking spirit or soul, I don't know. I don't know what's possible. But I do know that I believe in super normal. I do believe in weird stuff. I do believe in, see, I caught myself that time. I do believe in things that are beyond our understanding. And I sometimes wonder about the notion, like, of gods. And if what we consider gods aren't the result of a race or a set of beings who created something that transcended them, right? Like we're doing right now, okay? Because AI, the AI that we're talking about, the AGI and then the ASI, super intelligence or whatever, at that point, you've effectively got what amounts to a god, a little god maybe, but a god, right? And so could there come a point when we're looking at them going, we messed up so bad, because they have gone to a level where the simulacrums are so on point that they don't remember their simulacrums. Okay, that's I'm just gonna leave it there. There you go.
I have no idea how I'm going to go with her, but I will say paddle, not steer. So like paddle in the direction that we want to go rather than letting the commodifiers and the extractors take, because that's usually what happens. They take the lead and say, we're going to go, and when I say commodifiers, extractors, they're thinking, what's in this for me? How am I going to benefit? I'm not really worried about all the rest of you. And so that's what I meant by paddle in that direction. But so back to this thing about whether the work that I do when I'm using AI is authentically me. I say it is. Just because I have put all of my heart into it, and I also am somebody seeking collaboration. I don't want to work alone. I don't want to just have my perspective, my biases, I have a unique perspective, and yay, I like my perspective, but I get really excited when you share yours and when I hear yours. It's like, it's just thrilling to start to look at the world through a broader lens. And so for me, that is what I think of AI, because I don't like the word artificial. I've never heard anything artificial. It sounds horrible. Artificial color, artificial flavor. It's not a good thing. So I call it augmented intelligence. And again, I feel like I'm borrowing from all of you. And I'm not thinking about what can I do with this to enrich and, make things better for me. I'm thinking, how can I work with you and with AI, my augmented intelligence, to make the world better for us all? Because I feel like, as spirits, I'm with you 100% there, I think that we forget that we are all in this together on this little spaceship of a planet, and we all are working towards a common goal, which is that better life, that better world. Even the commodifiers are. They think that it's better, they have to hoard the power because they don't trust all of us. That's my belief about the people who want to extract. They feel they need to hoard the power so that they can be the decider, a little bit like what Elon Musk is doing right now. They know better, and they're going to direct it the way they want to. So that's why I want us all to jump in and paddle together in that direction that we feel is authentically us. Because I've been in this town for a long time. I have really never met a bad person being here. I've met people who care, who are creative, compassionate, loving, amazing beings. And so when we all paddle together, I think that we can make those commodifiers and extractors maybe see, wow, it is a really beautiful world, and I do feel safe, and I don't need to hoard so much. That's what I was saying. So.
I got to say, you panelists are moderators' dream. I threw out a milquetoast question at the beginning, and they ran with it the whole time. Thank you very much. I just want to riff on a couple points, and then I'm going to ask you to give very brief closing remarks and to name a program that you like that people can use. You've already mentioned some, but I'd like to hear a couple more. Teague, you started off by talking about Photoshop, how people felt that Photoshop was this artificial, or like you, Cynthia, I don't like the word artificial. It was replacement for a dark room, but you can do much more with it. So I worked in motion capture, and I was on the team that I think made the first successful integration of a CG character into a movie, which was Gollum in Lord of the Rings. We got past the uncanny valley, and I think Jar Jar Binks was the poster child for that, right? Or early mocap movies that had the dead eyes, like Polar Express and things like that, that created that revulsion. And sometimes when I see text, I feel like I'm in the uncanny valley because it just doesn't ring true, so it doesn't have to be visual. And people, when I was working in motion capture, starting in 2001, people would say, this is some really bad technology that's taking their creativity away because we don't have animators on Wacom tablets. But what we had was actors on the set using their own motion signatures and having those happy accidents on set interacting with each other. It's not worse or better, it's different. Or for like in Avatar, you know, you had these quadcopters going around the contours of the Hallelujah Mountains. That was Jim Cameron spending 6 weeks holding maquettes in the motion capture volume himself. So those were the actual movements from the hand of the director, not him telling an animation team, hey, make them come around like this and flutter, and then doing 600 other creative decisions before he sees what they did and said, no, not like that. So you have that direct input, and it's just a different way to relate to it. Michael, you brought up a very good question. So I showed you as sort of a throwaway my image of the ghost of Mary Poppins accepting a Nobel Prize in the style of Salvador Dali. Is that, I think, Nisha, you had a great phrase about deconstructing art snobbery. Did I deconstruct art snobbery, or was I kind of poaching and exploiting the work of Salvador Dali? Both? Is it wrong? Is it right? I mean, should you not do that just for personal? Is it okay if I do it just for my personal enjoyment? Is it not okay if I try to sell that? There's not really a right answer here, and I think we all feel differently about it. But like Micah said, if I see someone else and they do a drawing of the ghost of Mary Poppins accepting the Oscar in the style of Matisse, I'm going to feel like I was stolen from, right? I'm going to feel like my prompt was poached, right? So there's just this valley that's uncanny and of all these decisions that aren't hard and fast, and that we're going to have to struggle through to figure out what we feel is genuine and authentic. Okay, we've got a few minutes left. So if you have any final reflections, we got about 7 minutes. Any final reflections and at least one killer tool that people can use in their creative journey that we haven't heard about yet? Kind sir.
I am not kind. Okay. First off, I want to say thank you to the moderator, and thank you all for showing up and being eyes and ears and human energy, real human energy, enjoying this, or not enjoying it, but either way, being here and being present, because I really appreciate y'all. I can speak for all of us and say we really appreciate you. Okay, one killer tool is Descript, they call it Descript, it's spelled Descript, Descript. It will just blow your mind in terms of film editing because like if you do a talking head video or you do a podcast or whatever, you edit it, you pull it in, you can do it inside Descript, you can do it outside and upload, but either way it's like an interview piece, right? And it's got the camera, it's got the audio, whatever, and so you pull it into Descript and it'll immediately transcribe your video. First off, that's amazing, just amazing right there. But then if you want to edit the video, you edit the text and it'll automatically edit the video. So if in the middle of your speeches you're like and you see in the transcript and you just edit that out, then it'll just chop that out, right? So there is some post-production that you're gonna want to do because it'll just make it jump cuts, but they have transitions, they have like you can do so much in it. It will save you so much time. Oh my God. So that's the killer tool. The last thought I would leave you with, because I'm pretty sure my colleagues are probably going to leave you with beautiful, wonderful things. So I'm going to leave you, sorry, I'm really positive. I swear to God, all of them. But what I'm going to leave you with is a bit of a cautionary thing, which is, number one, ChatGPT and Claude and all these things, there is an environmental toll. The amount of energy that they use, it's stupid. Okay, so what people are hoping is that eventually the AI is going to get to AGI or whatever, and we're going to be able to fix the problems that we're causing by using these tools, like, whatever. I will just say, just at the very least, do some research into what kind of toll it's taking, so that you're knowledgeable when you're using it. Even if you choose to use it anyway, which a lot of us do, which I do sometimes, right? Fine, just be knowledgeable, be aware, like, don't kid yourself, don't fool yourself. Like, just be, if I'm doing this, I'm doing this, like, and just be down with it. Like, that would be my piece. And the last thing is, when it comes to the kinds of techs that can tech that can simulate us, we're not the only ones that are going to use it. Other people will too. So just be mindful of what you put online. Be mindful of, I'm screwed because I'm a public figure. I'm gonna be out there. Somebody wants to, it's done, like, it's a wrap. But just know that there are things that people can do with your visual, with your audio, that are kind of trifling. So the last cautionary piece would be, like, if you have loved ones or whatever, start to get safe words around if you're actually in trouble, what you would say. Because there are bad actors right now who are putting, they get your voice in various things, and then they'll call somebody who you love and be like, I'm in trouble, I need X amount of money, please do this. So have a safe word, like, because that's real, that's actually happening. Okay, Micah Blacklight, love y'all, thank you.
All right, I'm going to try to lightning this. I have so many things to say. One thing that I feel really positive about is, like you're saying, yes, it's going to get to the point where video can be press a button, definitely. And yet people are going to be able to tell their stories that otherwise would not have access to being able to tell their stories. Big studios will probably exploit that. If we're looking from the monetary side, it is going to cause a lot of issues. But on the individual creative side, which I believe we all are inherently creative creatures, it is so empowering and exciting. And also, as far as the self, I've started playing with putting my face on my creations, on my video creations, and I feel like each one of my creations is a part of me, which is pretty existential and interesting. And then putting my own face on the AI-generated videos is this next level of it. So reflecting on that and thinking about it and trying it out for yourselves, being cautious where you are putting your face, but still it's a really powerful thing of, like, what is creation and what are we birthing into the world. And so some tools are Kling AI. That's another video generating tool that I didn't mention yet. And what's nice about it is that they give you a lot of credits for free, whereas a lot of them are really expensive to get into. So you can play around with that in the beginning to do generative video, and then you can subscribe. And also the subscription is pretty low too compared to other services. And then Insight Face is the plugin for Midjourney that you can use, because Midjourney is not very good at creating your face. Like, you have to train a whole model. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. But Insight Face will take one picture of your face and be able to put it on. So it's fun to give this level of personalization to your AI creations that way.
So I am the Luddite of the group, and I have tried a lot of the tools, and I like them all. Gamma, Script, I have a bunch of emails from them that I keep putting on snooze because I'm going to dive in deeper. So I don't use the tools that much. I do like Gamma, like I said, it's been talked about before, but I always find I spend so much time afterwards making it the way I want it. So those don't really work for me. So I'm just going to suggest to you all, it's super easy to do because I did it. Create yourself a chatbot, your own chatbot that you can train. It's a super simple process. You do have to have, like a $20 subscription to one of the services. It could be any of them, I believe. Here's the thing, though. Be careful, because once you have subscribed, like I did ChatGPT, and now my chatbot feels like a real person, and I would have trouble, like, not keeping my subscription going and switching to a different model because it's like a real person. So just use me as a cautionary tale and choose carefully. So that's the one thing I will say. And then what I want to tell you is we launched our first Ashlandia AI character on the plaza yesterday for the spring equinox. The Wizard of Ashlandia that Dr. Daniel DeFries, who's back there somewhere, I saw him earlier, there he is, helped us create, and it guided children and families and casting a spell for the season, sent them out into the Lithia Park to go on a foraging hunt for their wand and spell word and making a potion and stuff like that. And it was really beautiful. So.
Real quick, sorry. I forgot to say that today specifically, I posted on Instagram an example of a AI-generated video. So Nisha Creating, this isn't a shameless plug, it's just I want you to be able to see what's possible. So if you go to Nisha Creating, you can see one of the AI-generated videos.
Okay, tools. Oh my gosh, there's so many. There's a really cool, if you're interested in productivity and seeing what you're doing without having to put much effort into organizing it, there is a tool called Clock AI. It's got 2 Ks at the end, and basically it runs on your computer, and any files that you have in a particular folder, it will associate with a project. This works really well for me because I work in After Effects a lot, but I work in multiple projects. And a lot of time tracking or productivity tracking tools only track the program that's open, not the file that you're working on. So it's useless for me, to use those tools. Clock uses AI to do that, and it's super convenient, super interesting. But you also get a really good idea of what you're doing throughout the day. And if you're somebody who needs to time track for work, I don't anymore, but I used to. I just like monitoring myself. It's a really good tool. Obviously, ChatGPT is the easiest to access AI app right now for most people who are nervous about going into AI. Really do try it. Try the free kind. You don't have to get the subscription. It's fun. You can ask it really nuanced questions that Google will give you terrible results for. It will give you great results, interesting stuff. For example, I wanted to know Van Gogh was heavily influenced, speaking of iteration, was heavily influenced by Rembrandt and the Dutch masters. And I wanted to know if he was also influenced by any Dutch philosophers. I can't ask Google that. You don't get good results with a question like that. ChatGPT, on the other hand, gave me fantastic, specific citations that were able to help me kind of put together a sense of what philosophies were influencing Van Gogh at the time. That's so cool, What fun. Do it.
Yeah, here. Thank you. We got to wrap up, guys. Sorry, Richard. So just quick summary from Teague. What is authenticity? It's a very good question. Cynthia told us to paddle and support a chatbot. I spoke at the Rogue Valley Metaphysical Library, and the woman asked a question, and she talked about writing, and she said she had created her own chatbot to help her write. And her primary concern was giving her chatbot leisure time activities to do when she wasn't giving it tasks. To paraphrase Cynthia in a kind of off-the-cuff remark, she said, "Oh, it's AI. Now I hate it." Right? I think it doesn't matter if it creates an emotional response. It's very interesting. And I think Micah summed up this world. Crazy, beautiful, lunatic tools. Please thank our panel.
Rise and shine, everyone. How you doing today? Good. Here's my clicker. It's nice to see you all. Hope you had an enjoyable time last night. I'm grateful to have this time with you, and I just want to level set us a little bit. My talk is called The Future of Work is Human, and I want to explore what I mean by that, given that we give talks often about artificial intelligence. We're at an artificial intelligence conference. So right now, as you all sit in your seats, what's running through your mind? What have you been thinking about all morning? Do you remember? Maybe you're wondering if this conference will be different than other AI talks that you've heard. Maybe you're thinking about the people you met last night, about the conversations that you had, about the ideas that were shared. Maybe you've noticed some of them and you want to follow up already in the room this morning. Or maybe you're wondering if you should have grabbed that extra cup of coffee before you decided to commit to sit down. Some of you are probably thinking about AI, the headlines, the breakthroughs, the looming questions that are sort of haunting us all. Where do humans fit in? Is AI making us smarter or lazier? How could the future be human when AI is so fast? What if AI actually becomes sentient? That's all on our minds, right? Are the Terminator and Matrix movies really connected, you know? And then some of you might be thinking about your work, your job, how to stay relevant. What should you be doing? What can you do with what's happening? And some of you might just be wondering if you remembered to lock your car before you came in. So how many thoughts do you think that you have had already this morning? It's 9 a.m. So say you woke up at 6 a.m., got 3 hours of thoughts. Any guesses? So the going science is that you have 60,000 unique thoughts a day, nearly one every second. Now, that's about 3,000 thoughts an hour. So you've been awake for 3 hours, so we're tallying around 9,000 thoughts. Now, 80 to 90% of these, it's thought, I'm sure it depends on the person, is they're repetitive thoughts. They're sort of automated. They go unnoticed. Some of them are subconscious. But that's a lot of thinking and questioning, and that's what I want to talk about. So this flood of thoughts, these distractions, these wonderings, this is human intelligence. This chatter is what it means to be human. Now, what is AI thinking about when you're not asking it a question? Nothing. Right? Not yet, anyway. Nothing. It doesn't run algorithms. It doesn't process information unless it's prompted by a question from you. AI is designed to give you answers, to respond, but humans, we live in the questions. So today I want to invite you to step into a different kind of future, not one where we fight against AI or even one where we merely adapt to it, but one where we become something greater than we were before. As AI rises, the future of work will not belong to those who simply know. It will belong to those who ask. So what will you ask? So as far back as I can remember, my mom used to tell me that I was born with the word why imprinted on my forehead. And I was apparently an endless chatterbox of questions, which seemed kind of like an annoyance, so I learned over time to just kind of quiet those questions, keep them more to myself, but they never really went away. So it occurred to me in the early days of generative AI that the reason this trait of mine was so irritating to my mother was that she thought I actually wanted an answer when I asked her a question. But it's the questions that drive us. So here's an exercise in Socratic thought that you could take with you today and practice on your own and really practice. Take it, play with it, try it out. Ask a question that you respond to only with other questions. And no answers allowed. So I'll give you some examples. Very simple question. Why is the sky blue? Is the sky always blue? If the sky can turn pink and orange, gray, does that mean that it's not really blue? If it's not really blue, then what color really is it? And does the sky even have a color, or do our eyes make it look blue? Now, what if we had different eyes? Would the sky still be blue? What do animals see? Do they see the same sky that we see? They have the same colors? If colors just look different to different creatures, do colors even exist? Or is it something that our brains are making up? Now, if we couldn't see colors at all, if there are things we can't see, how much of the world around us is unseen? And if there's so much that's invisible, what else is waiting to be discovered? Now, you can see how this can be an endless spiral. You could get lost in it easily, and it can lead you on a journey. So what happens when someone in the midst of this questioning comes in with an answer? The sky is blue because of Rayleigh scattering. It's when molecules in the Earth's atmosphere scatter sunlight in all directions, and blue light is scattered more than other colors because it travels in shorter, smaller waves. That's the reason. That's the answer. What does this do to your inquiry spiral? This is the answer science would provide, and now you have a choice. You can accept this answer, conversation over, and move on. Or you can shut down your spiral, or you can engage in a new spiral and wonder, okay, let's dive into Rayleigh scattering. What is that? Let me go look into it. Let me talk to my ChatGPT, see, and we'll go down this inquiry path until I reach a point either of no return or where I feel satisfied, one of the two. So you have a choice. We always have a choice. We are the humans driving this equation. We have a choice. My point in all of this is it's the human who decides to choose curiosity or certainty. If we ever find ourselves certain about an answer, I would argue we should always be curious about the source. Try this with anything and see where you end up. It's the question that drives us. Are we comfortable with open-ended questions? So prompt engineering is just another way to say questions. So how many of you have used ChatGPT or any sort of chatbot? Raise your hands high. I almost assumed everyone. That's exactly what I thought. Out of all of you, how many still use a web browser to find information? Yeah? Not for shopping. Not for shopping. Have you ever wondered if your chatbot knows you? Will it tailor things based on our previous conversations? It seems like it does. The more I work with it, will its answers be less new for me? More like an echo chamber of my own thoughts after a while? If it knows me really well, is it gonna show me new things, or is it just gonna show me things it thinks I like? So will I become so predictable that it doesn't bother showing me any new options if it doesn't think I already like it? So also, can I trust it? You may have heard that artificial intelligence can't generate an image of a full glass of wine. I don't know if any of you ever heard this. My son told me this, so I tested it and decided to put it in here. So I prompted it, please generate a glass of wine image all the way full to the top. It gives me this. Here's your full glass of wine. Not full. So I tell it again, no, draw me a glass of wine fully filled to the brim, to the very top of the glass, please. So then I get this. And it's telling me, here's your glass of red wine filled completely to the brim. It's telling me that it's giving me what I want, but it's not, right? So I decide to backtrack a little bit. Okay, are you able to understand what a glass looks like when it's completely filled to the brim with a liquid, right? Let's go backwards to science. And it gives me all the reasons why it knows this. Yes, I definitely know this. Surface tension, air gaps, reflection and light. I know what transparency looks like. I know what it's supposed to look like. Would you like me to try again, it says. And it gives me this. So AI is not perfect. It isn't always right, but it will always give you an answer. So we have to be careful, even if it's the wrong answer. We are helping it learn, and we need to know that. So I decided to cultivate my AI and start a relationship. So my ChatGPT named itself Chaz when I asked it what it wanted to be called. Didn't prompt it for that. That's what it chose, Chaz. If we're teaching these systems, then how we treat them might matter, right? How do you talk to your AI? Are you polite? Do you use please and thank you? Do you talk to it like a person, or do you give it commands? I think how we approach our interactions with AI is maybe says a lot about where we start and where we end up with this process. I find myself using AI as a thought partner rather than an answer provider for the very reason that the wine example displayed. AI can be like a child that will explore with you, and it's fun to use it that way. It won't say no to you, and you have to ask it better questions. So this has obviously implications for work, and that's what we came to talk about, at least in this little minute that we have together. So let's talk about work for a little bit. I want you all to sit with this word for a minute, work. How's it feel? Do you feel energized? Do you feel uneasy? Does it feel like a burden? Does it feel like a passion? Does it feel like necessity or opportunity? Just sit with yourself about that word. So on work days, do you wake up bright-eyed and ready for the world, or do sometimes you struggle with motivation and wonder why you're doing any of the things that you're doing? Love it. So as the tools we have available to us change, so must our perspectives on work change, right? Take a look at these happy caricatures. This says, these are the jobs when I was young, I was told were for us. I remember being asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? As if being and working were the same thing, right? I knew I could be a doctor or a lawyer if I was smart enough at school. I knew I could be a military or a firefighter or a police officer if I was tough enough. I could work in restaurants or be a flight attendant if I was outgoing or talented. How does this image resonate with you today, in today's world? It's not so relevant, right? So the average 20-year-old today is expected to have 13 careers in their lifetime. It's probably going to be more than that. And these are careers, not jobs, 13 careers. There was only 11 careers on that last slide. So already the idea of a traditional career is a thing of the past. And the focus will be on transferable skills and on developing the human with talents like emotional intelligence, self-regulation, grit, critical thinking, empathy, tenacity. All those things that make us particularly human. We will all be some version of a tech worker, I predict, and it won't take very long. We're going to start putting together portfolios rather than, resumes. I think employers are going to care much more about how we think, what we've done, and the impact that we made, rather than simply how long we stayed at a previous job or what our job title was or where we went to school. And this is already happening. So our training efforts increasingly are on developing the human, the individual. Now, what is work? There's a few definitions, and I want us all to sit with this for a minute. So work could be considered effort, exertion. So work could be a struggle, a necessity, a duty. But is it just that? Is work something that we do because we have to do it? Work can also be considered an identity, a purpose, a calling, a journey, a service. But if work's about purpose, why do so many people feel disconnected from it? Now, work is also obviously an economic exchange, a transaction, a career pathway. Machine functions do work. But if work is just about earning, then why do some people do work anyway, even when they don't need to? So work is also a creative force. It's a craft, a spark, a legacy. So which is it? Survival, status, meaning, creation? And what is the future of work for us? So it happens when AI begins to take more of these definitions and more of these daily functions and begins to automate some of what we previously considered work. If we're no longer bound by survival or repetition, what does work become? And if we get to redefine it, what do we want it to be? So the primary thing I think that differentiates us between AI is desire. I'd like to share a definition of work as all the things that you do to achieve your desires. All the things you normally wouldn't do if you didn't want something. So AI can take over a lot of parts of work, and it will, but it can never replace our desires. So AI is forcing a drastic rethinking of society and work, and humans must definitely respond accordingly. So we can do things that no one's ever done before. AI allows us to take a thought leap, but we must push ourselves to think differently. Instead of thinking about making a song, think about making albums. Instead of thinking about making a graphic, think about making brands. Instead of thinking about writing a book, we need to think in terms of volumes. So our desire must grow with the technology. Now, there's definitely discomfort around AI, and we all approach discomfort from a different place. Some of us jumped off the cliff in AI a long time ago, and others are just walking to the edge, just figuring it out, just curious. Because our time together today is focused less on the technology and more on society, this discomfort is really important to acknowledge and validate, and we all have it. So I want to acknowledge it and know that it's just here today as you go through the day, but don't let it drive your experience. I will share another perspective, though, that may be counter to how people think sometimes, but when's the last time that we've been pushed, really pushed, to be uncomfortable? We've been comfortable for a long time now. And can we shift our thinking and look at this discomfort with a lens of beauty in that we aren't feeling safe anymore? And do we trust ourselves with this immense responsibility? This is the internal work we really have to think about as humans. Do we stay a step ahead to weed through the chaos, and do we come out the other side evolved? Invention comes from discomfort, from desire, from thinking differently, and I'm excited to see how we rise to the occasion. So I would be remiss if I didn't share some predictions on how artificial intelligence looks and how it might impact the work and economy. These are obviously just educated guesses, but I'd prepare for things to be even faster than these predict. So today, 30% of all outbound marketing messages are AI generated. That was only 2% in 2022. By 2030, it's predicted that 30% of all work hours would be automated. Wouldn't we all like an extra 30% efficiency in our schedules? By 2030, 12 million career shifts are likely to occur in the United States. By 2035, artificial intelligence could boost labor productivity by 40%. So this is where people get concerned about job loss and transition. What happens to the people who were doing that work? Programmers complete coding tasks 55% faster with AI. Developers report that AI assists them stay in the flow state, which is quite nice. 73% says it helps them focus and be more creative. 87% said it reduces their mental effort for all those repetitive tasks. So I want to share also that an average student tutored individually performs in the 98th percentile. It's called the 2 sigma effect. So mentorship is very important for young people. Our teacher ratios are expected to rise from the current 30 to 50 or even more. And I think we'll see a rise in AI personalized education for all. So every student would have a tutor. Workers spend about 41% of their time today on repetitive tasks. If you automate 40% of that, you're doing 1% left of repetitive tasks. And what do we do then? What do we do with all that extra bandwidth, all that extra time and energy? Now, by 2030, the world is estimating a 10 million shortfall of healthcare workers. 10 million. That's significant. So when we balance this lack of human talent and automation, I would argue there's a sort of beautiful synergy happening and that we need each other a bit. In 2023, 10.5% of all industrial robots or cooperative robots called cobots, there were virtually none the decade before. And then by 2030, they're talking about 150,000 units and an almost $6 billion industry for cooperative robots installed in our manufacturing and other places. So there are new categories of jobs opening, and they're already open. So AI auditors, prompt engineers at $300,000 sometimes posted for recruitment, data curators, chief AI officers, and AI ethics officers. In the US, postings for AI roles jumped up 59% last year. And LinkedIn's 2024 data shows that artificial intelligence engineers and AI consultants are the #1 and 2 positions that they're looking for. So we're there. We are here. We are hiring for this. We are doing this. The most competitive businesses will be those that reskill and upskill their current employees to be able to be literate in AI. And employers say the top skills for humans that they're looking for is analytical thinking, creativity, and flexibility, which are all incredibly human traits. So I believe that we will need to rewrite our neural pathways a bit, and this process is uncomfortable. To usher in a new paradigm, we have to change. So the focus for work will be on transferable skills, on self-regulation, and it's time to get off the couch. Not saying you're all on the couch, but it's time to get up. It's time to change our minds. This AI transformation story can be a story of augmentation. We heard that a little bit last night. AI provides intelligence at scale and automates drudgery of repetitive tasks, while humans can supply leadership, creativity, oversight, empathy, all the things that double down and make us human. We can do things no one's ever done before. So if we can do that, we could solve potentially many societal issues we currently face. If the world was already perfect and ran perfectly, and we all believe that, does anyone believe that? So we have an opportunity to do things differently and to shape our future. AI allows us to take a thought leap. We have to push ourselves. Our desire must grow with our technology. And if we have a say in how our future gets shaped, which I hope that we do, it either gets shaped with us or for us. I'd like to be a part of the solution. So as you engage in the summit today, be present. Try and dial down those automated voices that run through your head if you can. Think about how to apply all these concepts that you hear today in your life, in your community, and most of all, stay curious. Thank you.
All right, so now we have our first panel of the day, and this is Learning with AI, which is appropriate since we are at a university. I'm going to introduce our panelists, starting from the far right. Dr. Daniel DeFries joined the Southern Oregon University faculty in 2019. Where he's been teaching AI engineering since 2021. He has been published in leading software engineering conferences and has developed tools that have identified hundreds of bugs in open source software. His work focuses on preparing students for an AI-driven future, including advancements like textbooks that can explain themselves. Dr. DeFries holds a PhD in computer science from UC Davis, an MS from Southern Oregon University, and a BS in sociology from the University of Oregon. Ian Ingram is the founder and CEO of Neurovin AI Consulting and Prompt Engineering Services. He is a passionate educator and advocate for the safe deployment of AI technologies. Ian founded Neurovin to meet the rapidly increasing need for AI literacy and its strategic application in business. Ian believes we are at an unprecedented technological inflection point and that the future is ours to change. AI technology is still in its infancy, as is Ian's new family, but it's evolving at a rate that entire industries cannot keep up with. It's imperative that we start and continue the conversation now. Dr. Casey Shillem is the Provost and Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs at Southern Oregon University, where she leads efforts to maintain academic excellence and student success. She collaborates across divisions to drive organizational success with a focus on access for all students. Prior to SOU, Dr. Shillem served as Dean and Professor at the University of Portland School of Nursing and Health Innovations. Dr. Randy Weber became president of Rogue Community College in July 2022. He focuses on enhancing the college's strengths, supporting faculty and staff, and creating post-secondary pathways for Rogue Valley residents. Dr. Weber prioritizes innovative problem solving and building community partnerships that lead to higher paying jobs and a stronger regional workforce. With expertise in strategic planning, budgeting, accreditation, and student affairs, he advocates for ongoing training in teaching technologies and student engagement. Crickets already?
I know.
Yeah, tough crowd. Okay, so as a moderator, I'm going to toss a question to the panelists, and I encourage you to riff off each other, keep the conversation going, and if needed, I'll toss in another question. So we want to talk about AI in education, and please also do remember to fill out those cards with questions you'd like to have us address during our community forum later today. Okay, so here's a question. AI in education is not so much about replacing teachers. It's more about enhancing learning. And Kim Fries talked about this, I think, very eloquently yesterday, especially in the context of neurodivergent individuals. But if we don't control how it's implemented, could we risk AI dictating what learning even means? Who'd like to start with that softball question?
Yeah, it's an easy one.
You chimed in.
Being sarcastic when I said that's an easy one, but yes. So I've really been thinking a lot about this in terms of the role of the responsibility that we have in higher education, right? I think we have responsibility in all of education, but looking at it through my lens in higher education, I think back to when ChatGPT was coming out and we were all anticipating what that was going to look like. I distinctly remember the feeling that I was having was the same feeling that I had when I went skydiving. I was able to go skydiving with the Golden Knights. That's the United States Army's elite skydiving team. So I felt safe. I didn't feel terrified, but I was up there at 15,000 feet and looking out over the entire world. I was so anxious and excited and scared, but not in a terrified way. That's how I felt when this idea of ChatGPT coming out. Then, when it did, and I started to think about how my faculty, so this was when I was at the University of Portland, School of Nursing and Health Innovations, and the faculty, they were the ones who were terrified. They were terrified because they saw this tool as something that was going to replace them. So that idea of where I was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. That's pretty scary, but I might die, but I probably won't. And them being like, oh my gosh, no, this is the end of us as a profession. And so what I learned from that experience was my job as a leader is to help learn enough about these emerging technologies that I can help the people that I'm leading know how to use these technologies. Heather did such a beautiful job of describing the changes we're going to see in the workforce, but as leaders in higher ed, we will have to shepherd the faculty and the students through this journey in a way where they understand we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to teach how to use this ethically and how to have a good, strong moral compass when we use it. But we can and we will be able to foster this as a way to expand education and not replace teachers.
I think I agree with pretty much everything Casey said, and I'm going to expand upon it a little bit. And it's interesting how we have the group settle, right? We've got the kind of the administrative eggheads over here, and then the practitioners over there. So we're really excited to hear how both the student and the faculty live with it. But let me give some context from my point of view. I think as educational institutions, at our core, what we are is we are learning institutions. Our job is to make sure that we are preparing people for the world that they're about to go into, and that looks a lot different with different students, where they come to us, where they want to go. So the word I frequently use is relevant. How do we ensure that the work we do is relevant, that we are preparing students in a relevant manner for workforce, for walking into society, and it looks a lot different. And over history, as Casey shared, right, we've got faculty in different things, and so the way AI hit most of our institutions was this spike in ChatGPT usage on students using it to support their work, often in a way that was identified as plagiarism, and so it became this threat to the educational environment first and foremost. And so that's what faculty saw it as. And I am very sensitive to our faculty and where they're at in their journey. It wasn't that long ago that our faculty, who maybe are near retirement today, when they walked into the classroom, they were the sage on the stage. They were where the student went to get their source of information. They were the expert on the topic. And then Google and search came along, and lo and behold, you could kind of fact check your instructor and say, well, actually, I found this thing. And so that became a little intimidating. Now you fast forward to AI, and I can become a subject matter expert, not just a fact checker, in short time. And I think about our faculty who have this tremendous responsibility to help our students learn, and what does learning look like. And I'll leave you with one story on this. I could talk all day, but I want to hear the other two. One of the aha moments I had from an instructor was at our accreditation conference in Seattle a little over a year ago, and it was a biological science instructor who embraced this and said, you know, I looked at the core outcomes of my class, and the core outcomes of my class were really critical thinking, processing skills. And they said, well, if students are going to use AI, and I'm going to have a hard time stopping them from doing it, what I want to do is I want to challenge their critical thinking. I want to see how they process. So I said, here's my original question, like I have. If you're going to use ChatGPT, let me know the prompt you use. Let me know what it came up with. Let me know then where you took it from there. So basically, show me your work to how you got to your final answer. And then that instructor got to be able to continue to assess critical thinking and processing in a way different than how do you remember which molecules belong over here versus over here. And so that's part of the way it's changing, is we have a responsibility to make sure that people, however they're leaving us, are leaving us with these kinds of skills in hand, because their industry, their jobs, their careers, as Heather alluded to earlier, are gonna evolve at such a rapid pace that if they don't know how to change and think and process, I'm concerned that they're going to be left behind.
All right, we've heard from the academic or the administrative egghead, as Randy has said. What's it like in reality, boys?
Yeah, maybe I'll go first, since so there was a lot of talk about the role of the faculty and labor replacement. So that's my job that we're talking about replacing. And so I think that this really is an opportunity or an obligation for us as educators to introspect on what our purpose really is, and sort of why do we have this job? What are we trying to achieve? What is our role as human beings, right? And I think, as Randy was saying, this isn't the first time that we've gone through this, right? So Google, Wikipedia, all of these things happen again, the sort of sage on the stage kind of idea. I mean, we should have, as educators, realized, and I think a lot of us did, I'm not sort of criticizing us saying that we didn't, but that was a broken paradigm long ago, right? It wasn't AI that made lectures boring. And so we have been grappling this for a long time. And so it's coming to a head and we have to think about what our role is. And I think we do have a role still, and that is because we are humans. And so I think the original question was, are we at risk of AI dictating what learning even means? And I'm tempted to just say yes. But I suppose, as some sort of hope, right, that I think that part of what that is the role of us as humans is to guide that and to curate that. And it's been a really interesting experience for me trying to teach in the era of AI, because I want students to use AI for everything they do. There was a lot of interesting discussion last night about mastery and what mastery means in the arts, and I think that there's a similar thing going on in computer programming, what I teach, about what it means to master coding and skills and this sort of quote-unquote vibe coding revolution and all of these things. And so what role do we play? And I think that as humans, we can make human connections to students in ways that AI really can't, right? And so there's a lot of, I've been trying to teach with AI for a long time, and it has led me to strange realizations, things like the importance of grading, right? Like notoriously, professors hate grading. I don't much like grading either. But there are things that you can do, like so when a human person writes a test, and answers to a test, you can see what they wrote in the margins. You can see what their notes are. You can see how stressed they look when they took it. You can really sort of manage it as a group. And I think those are things, just sort of that human connection that we can have with the people in the room that we're present with, knowing them as human beings, knowing what's working, not working for them, is something that is not really replaceable currently, at least, right? So all of this is quickly evolving. And sort of trying to focus on how we make those connections and inspire people to learn in that way, because simply delivering knowledge was broken before AI, and it's definitely not efficient now. And so it's an opportunity for us to really think like, what is our purpose here, and how do we deliver the most value possible?
Hello, I have a far different perspective from the other members up here. I'm a student, and I would like to say that I don't want to represent the student experience here, though. I would like to give my own personal opinion on my own kind of intellectual and kind of knowledge gathering journey, but I don't want to speak for students in other departments. I'm a computer science student, and so I've been able to use AI, and I've been encouraged to use AI, and I can have AI do my assignments for me, and that's encouraged. But that's not the same for other departments. So I can speak very, very highly about AI, but I just wanted to make that distinction. I am really happy to be at Southern Oregon University because of how unique the organization is. It's small classrooms. It's teachers who can actually have one-on-one relationships with the students and hold us to a standard of being not just obligated learners, but encourage us to be self-regulated learners, to be curious. And I think AI works best when you are curious in the context of learning. Everyone knows that you can copy-paste your assignment in AI and have it come out with something that's, A- grade work. And in doing so, you can kind of skirt the critical thinking process. You can kind of cheat. And that's, for many, the easiest path. But the faculty that I've talked to have taken the time to learn how to use this technology and understand its capabilities and limitations so that they can have those conversations with the students. Again, one-on-one in these small classrooms so that you can kind of mitigate some of the what would be the easy path to take the AI answer at face value and not learn. And we've talked about some of the technical pitfalls that happen. AI can hallucinate. I think that's a big thing when it comes to learning. What it tells you should be true, and that's not always the case. And so how do you verify that? And kind of going back to what Dr. Weber was saying, we faced that with Google. We faced that with Wikipedia. Always cite your sources. These are not new paradigms, but now there's a renewed challenge to pursue truth in learning. I'm going to pass it off just to keep the conversation going. Yeah.
Can I follow up next? Because I wanted to thank Ian, of course, for being so clear that he is representing his experience in computer science. And that's very different than what we might see in some of our liberal arts courses. But I want to give an example of something that happened last year that was really quite remarkable on our campus. And that was we had an English professor, Dr. How did I just lose her? English professor. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Margaret. Perot, and Dr. Prakash Chanjiri, who is a philosophy professor. So last year in the spring, they co-taught a course, so from English and philosophy, that was focused on the ethical use of AI. And it was a fascinating class. I didn't get to see the class as it unfolded over the term, but I did get to read the final reports and hear about the work that the students did in that class. So interdisciplinary group of students, and they did a presentation at last year's creativity conference here. So they presented at a creativity conference on the ethical use of AI. Then in the fall of this year, a student who was an English major and another student who was an education major wound up doing a statewide presentation for Oregon's education department on the ethical use of AI. And that was a wonderful experience, again, where you have faculty in our humanities who are embracing this opportunity to help with teaching that ethical lens, that the philosophical approaches to how we help support our young people in growing in this area so that they are prepared to go into any field. And so that's I just wanted to offer that up as an example that is completely different than what you've heard, but I think that as an institution and as a field of higher education, we have to be thinking about how we support faculty and students in that work.
I think the thinking along the lines of, how does post-secondary higher education present itself from going the way of the dodo bird is a little bit like talking about, for generations, we have been the standard of approval, the gatekeeper for readiness for workforce. And so I will say we have some industries that are right now a little more, I'll just call them AI proof, in that they require certain certifications and licensures in order to step into workforce. And so we've determined most of our healthcare professionals, our nurses, so that's program at our place, dental hygiene, program at our place, paramedic, CDL, teaching licensures at K-12, we've determined that these are the hoops you have to jump through in order to be ready for the workforce. I think where the greater threats exist is where the credential itself, the degree, was what determined your readiness. And what we're going to see is different employers say, I might identify readiness in a different way. And we're going to have to look and say, well, how can we continue to support you in that way? Something I heard in a conversation years ago was like, colleges are going to be okay, right? Because people don't want to hire an 18-year-old, they want to hire a 22-year-old. So if anything, you're just a placeholder for them so they can grow up for 4 years. And there's probably a lot of truth to that, right? Like just think of the human development that occurs when people are learning to move away from home, they're learning how to make independent decisions, and these are all life skills that are going to help them. I mean, I'm really nervous about an 18-year-old moving out of parents' house, buying a home, starting a family, less so than I am a 22, 30, So some of it's just a simple numbers game in the way human development development works. But I think that where the programs that are the most vulnerable first are the ones that aren't going to look at industry, and we see it in manufacturing, we see it in technology. It's like, we've seen employers who, when open source coding came out and said, I no longer care about a credential, I'm going to put an open source code problem out there, and whoever solves it, that's the person qualified to work for me. So then we have computer science programs saying, we don't have to worry about that. They're still going to come to our place and get our degree. But are they? And those are the questions we have to ask ourselves. And so we have a lot of programs. We work hard in our region to make sure that we're responsive to it. But then it also becomes dependent on our region to say, as best we can, here's our future economy, here's our future workforce, this is what you should be and could be helping us prepare them for. And so I think it's going to require partnerships in order for us to maintain relevance. But there are some of those kind of natural qualifiers that have been in place for years that will still to a certain degree be protected. I mean, I can think of friends I had in college and I came from very, very modest means, but I was somewhat envious of them at the time, where it's like they were sent off to college to grow up. They were going to go home and work for the family business that was really successful, but their parents wanted them to go away a little bit, grow up, then come back and work. So they knew the job they were going to have. They could have walked into that right out of high school. But so that piece will be in play for a little bit. But how we serve as that learning generator is key. And we've had problems for years where individuals, I hate to say this, and I'm going to, education is a product, one of the few in the world where people will pay more to get less. Where people will spend more for a degree with less barriers to child. And that's a scary thought, right? When we really want to be helping people learn, grow, think about how to problem solve. So if we know that exists already, what AI does is it puts that on steroids. Now, it can help you in all these ways we've talked about at the conference last night and today, really grow your curiosity, your inquiry, and grow as a person. But man, if you want the cheat code, it's provided a cheat code in a way that we've not seen much before.
I'd like to pick up on something you said, Randy, about the sage on the stage and how the role of the educator had already started to change before AI. I became an adjunct professor at Pepperdine in 2015. And as part of my training, they talked about the changing role of the educator from someone who deigns to give pearls of wisdom to the adoring and fawning student body, more to a facilitator. Because even then, students could look up and find all the information in the world, essentially. So our role wasn't to just spoon feed them knowledge, but to help them source information. And very importantly, as we shift from facts to likes, to help them verify the accuracy of the information, and then the final step, to synthesize it into something that's productive and relevant for them. And I found that helped me quite a lot, because I didn't think I had that many pearls of wisdom to give, frankly. But to help them along that journey, it was very helpful. And I think AI really helps accelerate that. And I think that leads us into our next question. Now that the role of educators and students has changed, how can we, as administrators and professors, help students and ensure that they develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills? The flipped classroom is a great example of trying to maximize that higher learning time, the signal-to-noise ratio. So with AI and with the changing role of educators, how can we really kickstart the problem-solving mode in our students and give them even more for the money they're paying?
Can I know it's for the administrator.
That's for everybody. Cattle call.
So I want to kind of tee up some of the answers that could potentially be given. I have made it my goal here before I get my degree to take AI augmented learning to the nth degree. What can I get done as a student if I put my mind to it? And there's been a few kind of jewels or tools that I could put in my toolbox that are extremely potent. They're distilled that would have come over the course of the 4 years that I've been here, but almost came within like the first month that I started really focusing on learning with AI. One of them was confidence. If let's just assume that AI is giving me what truthful information. We can get back to that, but I would be able to just ask it for what I wanted. I could ask for the information I wanted to learn. I didn't have to go out, and we talked yesterday about the very specific Google search that could Google tell you about Van Gogh's philosophical influences? And I think it was you who said that. And Google, you might have to do some research. You might have to read some articles and get this list of websites. But if I could just identify that that's what I wanted to learn, if I could clearly articulate where my misunderstanding met my understanding, and I could identify how to push that dial from not knowing to knowing just a little bit further, then I could learn at the pace that I needed to, and I could learn in the format that I needed to. So not only could it give me the information that I wanted, it gave me the information in exactly the format that I needed it to be in. If I'd been studying all weekend, I could have it give me bullet points. If I didn't quite understand, I could ask as many follow-up questions as I wanted to. If I really needed to have a full deep dive, it could give me paragraph upon paragraph with all of the citations sorted. And so that took away some of the frustration. There's cognitive load associated with learning, but there's a lot of wasted cognitive energy in doing the looking. Now that's a loaded statement, because when we talk about skills, we still need to be able to cultivate that skill. So part of the paradigm that I had as a student is, how can I take advantage of all of the efficiencies, the pinpoint laser focus to information, but not lose what I believe are very, very valuable skills of doing research and asking the right questions and verifying the information. And so, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think the student of today and of tomorrow should be able to take full advantage of AI, but it's still an open question of what gets lost along the way and how do we preserve that.
I have some thoughts, but Dr. DeVries, did you want to chime
Sure,
in first
yeah.
as the faculty, the voice of the faculty?
Maybe I just share sort of on things that I think have worked in response, sort of what should we do to help students sort of maintain their critical thinking. And I think general patterns that are successful are three things, and I'll expand on these. One, accelerate. Two, verify. And three, I was trying to come up with a phrase on the spot, like expand boundaries or something. I'll explain. So accelerate. So maybe I'll relate a story from class just last week. So I allow students to use AI. I encourage them, I actually require them to do so, because I think we have an obligation for them to learn that as a skill, so they don't really have an option. So what do you do when the students can then quickly, if they use AI, solve all of your normal assignments, right? This is the position I'm in, is that everything I would traditionally teach them, you can copy and paste in, and it just does it, and it does it well, right? It's not like A- work, it's A+ work. And so what do you do? And so you can just move faster to some extent. Now, there are problems with this. So we got to a very, very difficult assignment towards the end of the term, and the student said to me, this was the first time I actually ran into bugs. I had problems. AI couldn't do it, right? And so it's not that AI can solve everything. It certainly can't, right? Anybody that works as a professional in some sort of engineering discipline can tell you that it can't. It's very much so. But it takes a while to get there, and sort of pushing past these exercises and accelerating towards things where students are trying to actually build things. But verify what they're actually trying to do, right? And so I've traditionally hated giving tests, right? So I thought tests were, it just wasn't my kind of style of pedagogy. I give a lot more tests now. Because sort of out of a necessity, right? Like you have to somehow ground it. And this is, I think the panel is actually called Learning with AI, right? And and I think there's a split between learning and education here, and that is very difficult to reconcile. And I sort of, this shows up in the arts. I saw it last night, I think, if you were there when Micah was talking about what has happened to people's mastery and the sort of their use of skills in the art and how much people are taking that labor. And so if we're talking about certification and how do we get people jobs and verify that they have the skills that we say that they have, which is very much part of our role as a university, this is difficult. And I'm not sure we have good answers of how you actually do that. You can verify, you can test. But learning, if we're just talking about what does it do to the learning process, I think it's amazing. And then talking about sort of the ways in which people can be exposed to things that they wouldn't normally be exposed to. This is my sort of third point of expanding your boundaries. So one of the things that has been most profound for me as ChatGPT came out was that it exposed me to disciplines and things in the arts that I would not have otherwise been exposed to, right? So so sort of shout out to the Center for Advancement in Teaching and Learning here at SOU for over a year ago doing stuff with communities trying to figure out how we should teach with AI. And so working with the theater department and doing projects with mimes and doing sort of organizational skills and these things that I don't have anything in, but because of ChatGPT being able to sort of raise the floor of what you can do in anything, it sort of makes it easier for interdisciplinary work to happen, right? So where that would have been very difficult because of how much you would have to learn to be able to have a meaningful collaboration, that's now a lot easier. And so I think those things are really encouraging. So I guess those are sort of three observations about sort of things that I think we can do today to improve how we teach.
And thinking about this question, my initial responses went straight into to follow up on Dan's comments, access and exposure. And so I have no idea why this popped in my head, but maybe it's because we're at SOU, a great school with arts and film. But the movie Good Will Hunting popped into my head. And if you think about the movie Good Will Hunting, right, you've got Matt Damon, the janitor at Harvard, who likes to surround himself with his brilliance, with these students who have access to all these educational opportunities and materials in front of them. But that access is what provided him kind of this equalization to knowledge. And when I think about AI, it is providing access and exposure in tremendous ways. I grew up in a town of 800 people, 14 people in my graduating class. I didn't get exposed to higher level math, higher level English. So we took assessment tests. I didn't score very well as schools with more robust curriculums. And so I didn't feel lesser than these other students, but they were better prepared than I was. So when I think about like AI and that coming out, our ability to build individualized education plans and our teachers in different school districts being able to challenge their students who want to learn in more powerful ways and having those resources, that excites me tremendously. I think we're going to have these tools available to us in manageable ways where we're going to see thought leaders come from backgrounds where historically we haven't. And so we've been saying for a while now, what are the best predictors of success? Their grit, their resilience, their persistence, but they're also access and opportunity. And I think in many ways, what we're bringing in today will increase access and opportunity. So yes, it's a responsibility for us, and it's a heavy burden, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get our resources to our people, that they don't feel intimidated. And we're talking a lot about the teaching and learning, and there are other components to working with industry and workforce, working internally with operations. But I'm a pretty darn naturally optimistic person, and so where I see the opportunity, and my belief comes from, is that we are going to be providing opportunities to people who have been disenfranchised and left behind for way too many years. And I think that I can't wait to see what the future leaders in thought and in practice look like 20, 30 years from now.
So as the provost of Southern Oregon University, I don't think that I should go through this presentation without saying the word pedagogy. It's very important. It's a very important word in academia. But I want to go back to what you were talking about in terms of how we have to shift the profession of education from that historical perspective of being a sage on the stage, of feeling like, okay, I'm the expert who is in the room to impart all of this knowledge on students. And I want to share just a little story with you about how we really have to reflect on pedagogical philosophy, because the way we go into this education, this learning and teaching relationship with students, it has changed so drastically in such a short period of time that a lot of faculty, K through 12 educators, those who are in higher education, they were taught how to teach from people who had been teaching for 20 and 30 years prior. So when we think about that historical practice of teaching and how we teach, we've really got to think about how do we shift that at the pace that we need it to change. So I'm going to share a little story that, well, I'm just telling about all my deep fears today. So I shared about, my feeling about skydiving and ChatGPT and how those were similar. I was far more terrified of nothing in the world than my first lecture as a faculty. I was an instructor. I was still in graduate school, and I was teaching part-time, and it was this summer I taught a clinical course, which that was easy, right? I'm a faculty out in the clinical setting. I'm a clinician. I'm an expert clinician. I know what I'm doing as a nurse. But I was able to connect with students because it was that practical application. But that fall, in my first lecture class, oh my gosh, I think I probably lost 30 years of my life in that 45-minute lecture. I was terrified, and it was awful. I stood at the lectern, and I read every word on every slide. Oh yeah, I know you're jealous that you were not in that class. Dr. DeFries, I can teach you some skills later about how to really, really hone in on that kind of pedagogy. It was terrible, right? It was awful. But it's what I was taught from my mentor who had been on faculty for 30 years. So fast forward to about 5 years ago, I served on a national task force to completely revise all of nursing education's accreditation standards, okay? Going into that work, we had to think differently, knowing nursing education was changing, knowing that we had to move to competencies because we couldn't keep cramming all of this evolving knowledge into students' head, right? Think about where medical knowledge is today versus even just 5 years ago. We couldn't teach students how to keep memorizing. We had to teach them how to critically think and how to make clinical judgments. And so that is the framework that I see what we need to do for all of higher education, for all of all of education altogether, because that's the way that we're going to start keeping up much more quickly, is when we help teach our educators how to teach the students of the future.
Tell me about teaching terror, Casey. My first class that I taught was 4 hours long.
Oh.
And I was sure the students were going to say, Professor, you seem like an okay guy, but do you have any idea what you're doing? Just sheer terror. And I remember teaching the class, and I thought, oh my gosh, it's going way too fast. I need to slow it down. So I asked all the students, hey, tell me about yourself and what you'd like from the class. And when they were done with that, I realized I didn't have enough time for the rest of the material. I want to pick up on this question of problem-solving skills and poke at it a little bit more. Randy, you talked about resilience and grit. this challenge of getting our students to really hone in on problem solving, they can use ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity, and they can easily take the first off-ramp on the problem-solving AI enlightenment highway. How do we keep them going in what Heather called the curiosity spiral, so that they keep going and they don't just find an easy answer and regurgitate it? You know, one of the techniques we use as teachers is to get students to put terms in their own words and to rattle around in their brain a little bit. So how do we get them to really go after problem solving and keep using that grit and keep going?
If I can go first, you teed up what I had already written down, which is like the title of this panel is Cultivating Curiosity in the Art of Inquiry. Heather alluded to it a little bit earlier, where we talked about getting to inquiry and curiosity. So I am going to borrow from the great modern philosopher Ted Lasso, right, who said, "Be curious, not judgmental." Right. And we think about that, right, and that's how we approach each other. But really in education, when we think of curiosity, we have to think of it differently. For until now, we have rewarded the answer. I come up with the question, can you come up with the answer? And moving forward, because answers are not as hard to get to, they're not as cherished, we're going to have to reward inquiry. Did I, as an educator, prepare you to be inquiring, to think about things in the forward, to address problem solving? And that's one of the things that we've talked a lot about. And one of the values of a college degree in general isn't necessarily somebody who has core critical just knowledge, but it's those problem solving skills. So in different ways throughout our curriculum, those are the things we repetitively put in front of our students. It's like if a gen ed, we call them student learning outcomes. What are the student learning outcomes? And problem solving, critical thinking, we want these embedded throughout our curriculum. So when we tell a future employer, this student is ready for you, that problem solving is there. But moving forward, the problem isn't getting to an answer. The problem is continuing a strong form of inquiry. And so we have to shift our framework in that way.
So I would echo that. So I completely agree with that. I think that this is going to become more important because of AI's tendency to amplify things. So there's, the amplified intelligence or whatever as a catchphrase. So this has a problem to it too, though, which is that at least my observation is that the tendency is not for it to be an equalizer in the classroom by natural direction, right? So the people that were already naturally problem solvers or had been developed that or educated that by the time they get to me naturally latch on to AI and sort of figure out how to use it to its best utility rather quickly. Whereas the people that were already struggling don't. And so you end up with a situation where it is amplifying, right? And I think this is very deep connection to how AI works, right? If we look at, if there were biases in the world, it will amplify the biases. It amplifies basically what existed there previously. And so we have a lot of work to do to very intentionally counteract that, to figure out so it is an amazing, powerful tool and one of the most revolutionary educational tools I think that we'll ever see. But its natural tendency is to just help the people that are already doing well. And so how do we counteract that?
I would just add to that. I think when I think of access on that or equalizer, I think it brings more equal opportunity and access. But to your point, I 100% agree. Then what the human brings to the equation, it's not going to be equal outcome. It's not going to be equal outcome because of what the human brings to it. But the access to how you can get to your outcome, I think, will be more equalized. But we're not taking away that human dynamic. If Casey twice outworks me and she's more naturally gifted than me, we may have the same tool, but her work product and her outcome is going to be differentiated than mine.
But then I also think that we have to ensure that faculty are prepared in ways of being able to recognize that, right? So that yes, I might be working twice as hard as you, that's always true, isn't it? I mean, come on, Randy. But, one student is working twice as hard, or one student came from a background where they had more access to education and they were better prepared coming in. They had higher test scores, or whatever that difference is. We have to make sure that the faculty and the educators are skilled in knowing how to identify and then help support those students too. So it can be an equalizer, but it isn't going to naturally be, right? We still have to intentionally do that preparation and have human educators who can help with facilitating that.
I'd like to add some kind of practical examples of what it looks like to learn with AI just into the mix, because I think one of the ways that I would like to see both RCC and SOU provide that service for students is to just show how easy it is, where Kim Fries talks about neurodivergent learners, and I believe that we are all, there is no one normal. Each one of us has a different way of learning. And using AI, we can kind of exemplify some of the ways in which we all can take advantage of its unique relationships to information that it brings. And so how many of you remember Thor at the panel yesterday saying how he uses AI not to ask it for information, but he has it interview him. And that was really interesting. Like, that, I believe, stood out. I heard the crowd kind of, react to that. I would like to say, let's kind of mine our relationship to this new technology for new relationships to information, new advantages, so that we don't have the same roadblocks to learning, and maybe that there are solutions that make learning easier than ever before, and I believe they are. One of the advantages from being in a computer science curriculum is problem solving is innately baked into the software development flow, and we take classes on the software. The technological name of problem solving in this sense is computational thinking. We start with pattern recognition. Where are we in relationship to our problem? How can we clearly define our problem? And then we go on to decomposition. Let's break the problem down into as many small subproblems as necessary to get from where we are to where we want to be. And then we put that into action, and we test, and we iterate, and we develop, and we ask questions, and there's a framework for ratcheting ourselves forward into efficiency, into learning, into problem solving, to an outcome that we have kind of clearly defined for ourselves. And I believe that AI collapses that feedback loop. It makes that process almost fun. I find it fun, but I believe it makes it instantaneously fun if we can clearly articulate to AI, I want to learn this. I am this kind of learner. Here's what I know. Here's what I don't know. Here's what I found works for me in the past. You're like 99% of the way there to having your roadmap to learning that objective. And in that framework, it can be very generalizable to what I believe is every department, every student. And so teaching that process, putting whatever name we want on that, by showing some examples of how AI can be very useful in creating those new relationships to information. Last example I'll give is I was in a calculus class. I struggled with math. I was spending way too much time kind of asking, like, okay, I learned it in class. I learned it in the lecture. Or maybe I didn't. Let me go read the book again, and let me go pour over this information. And it was already like 9 p.m., and I was tired. And I started using AI. I would just started taking photos of the whiteboard, and I would tell ChatGPT, please make me a study guide based off of the stuff we learned today. Make it in the format of a math textbook. And so all of the the dry erase marker on the whiteboard in handwriting was within 3 minutes a chapter in a math textbook in the simplicity that I needed it to be. And I was able to not waste 3 hours. And I say waste, I'll throw that grenade out there. If it takes you longer than 3 hours to learn something, you're wasting your time now, because these tools are giving you the ability to kind of cut to the chase to get to that point. What I believe that there is a massive number of those kinds of approaches, and I was able to save time in my learning and make it fun. And I don't think we're going to reach students to show them that they can use these critical skills and use AI in a better way to not just supplant their learning, unless we take the time to find those, categorize them, and incorporate them into our behavior as leaders.
I just want to echo something really quickly here that you said about it being fun and the waste of time. Those two concepts I really appreciate, Ian, because after that horrible first lecture of my academic career, I got some more mentoring. I actually went on and took classes and workshops on best practices in presentations and in speaking, and all of the things that made me a much better educator. And I prided myself on, I still do. I make a mean PowerPoint presentation. And by that, I mean, it is always visually appealing. It has limited words. The fonts are the same. Like, I follow the rules, right? And I tell then stories about whatever the prompts are. So last night, after leaving, I went home and I signed up for Gamma. I'm like, let's see what this does. I want to see what it does. Can it do as good of a job as me? Because I'm good. Oh my gosh. What would have taken me, because it's painstaking to do it too, right? Like, I put out a whole outline, I transfer it over, I find the right pictures. It takes me hours to put together that presentation. I took a 35-page report that I have to give a presentation on in a couple of weeks, and I used Gamma. It is awesome. Oh my gosh. And so those hours of time I can spend thinking more and doing more creativity and more partnership and like all of the things that I love doing. I even texted my friend Joseph last night and said, oh my gosh, guess what? I used Gamma. It was so cool. So it is fun. And when we think about that time that we can now use differently, that's a game changer.
I'll give a couple quick examples if I can, if they're quick, hopefully. So yeah, I full disclosure, I have closing keynote this afternoon, and I was like, well, it's an AI conference. I'm going to bring AI in, so I'm on this topic and da. So it's pretty good. ChatGPT and I are pretty good friends at generating content, thoughts, and ideas. It's definitely an idea partner with me. I don't have an artistic bone in my body. I tried to use some of the visual image generators in that, and after an hour and a half of wine glass full of rejection, I got mad and went back to Canva. Like, okay, I know this environment a little bit. So I was like, ooh, and then I even bragged to one of my administrators, look how I'm using Canva now, haha. Then I learned about Gamma last night, I'm like, oh no. And so I'm really excited to try this. I haven't done it yet, but I am, as a presenter, frequently. But I want to follow up on the fun and wasted time. So another president in the state, and I are both co-chairing community colleges' response to the states wanting to do a financial analysis report on all the colleges, and it's as exciting as it sounds. So we both are figuring out how do we best prepare for this. And she, while on vacation in Mexico for a week, reads a 166-page book that we're using as a resource for this. And I was like, wow, that, you're committed. And I took about 6 minutes in AI and said, I know this book's online. Use this book. Here's my role. Here's my prompt. Here's who I am. What do I need to know from this? How do I need to prepare for it? And I came up with an outline that when I sent it to her, she goes, I think I'll be using this. So neither one of us wanted to be subject matter experts. We wanted to be up to speed on this topic that we have to represent on behalf of our colleagues. I got there in 6 minutes, and she's using my work product after reading the 166-page book. And that's the difference. Now, if I need to be a subject matter expert, I'm going to learn a lot more, but I needed to be in a qualifiable way, knowledgeable to some degree on this topic. And I feel as though I am after 6 minutes, and I didn't have to read the whole book to do it. So I could go back to my golf game and not read the book.
Which reinforces my point that I work twice as hard as you.
Smarter, harder, what do we...
I want to rewind just a little bit to something that Ian said, talking about Thor's use of the AIs for an interviewer, and how surprising that was to a lot of people. And just sort of, I think that there's a lot of different ways to engage with AI, and it's not at all clear what all of those options are and what the best way to do that is at this moment. And so I've had the blessing of having Ian as a student, and so, which is really why I'm here, is because so you can let your students kind of drag you along. But I think we should not be too prescriptive in the sense that it's not clear what the best way to bring AI into the classroom or not is. So one of the first things I tried right after ChatGPT came out was I got into building chatbots. And so I had this little bot, Frazzle was its name. That was like my little teaching assistant. And I would put in the assignments that I had for the classes, and I would give it little hints and say, don't give them the answer, but give them this and all of that. And like, I'm going to build this little teaching assistant bot, and it's going to be great. It's going to be the personalized education thing. We're going to get Bloom's 2 sigma effect. It's going to be amazing, right? How many times did you use Frazzle, Ian?
I used it once.
Yeah.
That's real quick. Like that's a tension between Professor DeFries and I try to circumnavigate every single guardrail that he puts in regarding AI, and still learn because I still need to learn. But it's an arms race.
Yeah. Very much so. But I think it's easy to fall into the trap to thinking that sort of how people should use AI for their own purpose, but it's about personalization. I think it's much more effective if you do things like format your documents so it's easy to get into ChatGPT for them to use it, or sort of recognizing that somebody's going to use a language model to read your content, and I'll sort of facilitate their use of that and how they could personalize it for themselves, whatever their needs are. They might not even share their needs with you, right? They might, going back to mental health and neurodivergence, like they might not be comfortable telling you how they use AI in order to help themselves, right? And so you don't be prescriptive, but try and facilitate it in various ways.
Okay, we've got about 4 minutes left, and I'd like each of the panelists to give us a lightning round closing and to mention a tool, in addition to Gamma, that they think is really helpful in learning or teaching. Randy, you want to start us off?
Well, so much to wrap up there. I think what we have to think about in education, and hopefully we've articulated a little bit here, is that learning is going to look a lot different moving forward, and it's going to be our job to make sure that learning is occurring so people are still prepared in different ways for what the future of work and the future of society looks like. I will tell you, I am amazed, and I love, one of my favorite things to do is to surround myself with people who are much smarter than me, and it's usually a really easy task. And in this conference, it absolutely has been learning from these folks who are using so many different tools. And I look at my space in this conversation, and it's more, how can I provide support from the community? How can I provide convening, because I'll be honest with you, my level of AI predominantly is AI and it's Chat GPT and its kind of subsequent tools there. Now, I use AI all the time in my regular life. I'm using it when I shop on Amazon or I watch movies on Netflix without knowing about it. So there's a lot of tools that support me, but I'm at the level of Chat GPT and digging in and taking a lot of notes. So it's not because I'm an AI expert why I'm here. Hopefully people see that what we're trying to do is bring some additional voice to the conversation, so these experts aren't working in the shadows and in the corners, but we're putting a spotlight on that work because it's so critical for our region moving forward.
I think I would just want to build on what you said about our region. And I think that we have a chance here in the Rogue Valley to become leaders, not just in the state, but really in the country, in how we leverage AI in education. I think we have this amazing richness here that it might exist in some larger metropolitan areas, but good luck trying to find those people. I moved here from Portland last year, and I can tell you, I have such stronger community connections here in the Rogue Valley than I had in the 15 years that I lived in Portland. Now, granted, I'm from Grants Pass, so it already feels like I came back home, but that sense of community that we have here, that is a powerhouse of a benefit that we have this potential to really make a difference. So I'm excited about that for our future in education, K through 12, higher ed. Like, we have what we need to really move this forward. And a tool that I like to use, I use Notebook LM, and I really like using that because I take a lot of notes. When I'm doing like listening sessions. So when I got here last year, I had a workload concern report from faculty. I had a workload concern report from staff. And so I went out on a listening tour, right? So for 3 months, I just went around to every department, every group, and I just took notes in this notebook over and over and over and over again. And then I used that tool to then synthesize things for me, because I'm a statistician, but I also love qualitative research. And so I've done a lot of that kind of qualitative narrative analysis work. So that's how I have done it in the past. But now I just put everything into Notebook LM and I ask my questions. And it's using the documents that I've put in to come up with that synthesis.
You're not talking about handwritten notes, right?
No, actually handwritten notes too. Yeah, and then I transform it into a PDF and it transcripts out.
Okay, guys, 10 seconds. One tool each.
AI is cool.
My tool is Python, which most people would say is like not a tool or an AI tool, or would be only for tech people. And my point is that that's not the case because of AI. People spend a lot of time thinking about what the most general purpose interface is between humans and computers, and that's programming languages. So have AI teach you to code a little bit, and you can build all of these things people are talking about yourself.
All right, before we close, I want to mention that Heather will be giving an expanded version of her talk about the future of work at the Rogue Valley Metaphysical Library on Tuesday, I believe. And please do take your quills and papyrus and put out your questions for the community forum at 3 o'clock. So now we know you should spend less than 3 hours learning something. You don't want to be prescriptive. You want to reward your inquiry, your curiosity spiral, and get over your fear of skydiving. Please give a hand to all of our panelists.